Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Hear you loud and clear. Good evening, everyone. Pursuant to Section 54956 of the California Government Code, a special meeting of the City Council is hereby called for July 12, 2022 at 6 p.m. And we do have a quorum. So, Margaret, if I could get a roll call vote, please. Roll call. No vote yet.
Council Member Mendoza.
Here.
Council Member Meyer.
Here.
Council Member Rarey.
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here.
And let the record reflect that Vice Mayor Rodriguez is absent.
Okay. At this time, we will open public comments. I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are on the closed session agenda. I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I do have one hand raised. I'll call on Danny Dorman, and then I will share my screen when the timer starts. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Let's start off with, it would be nice why this had to be closed. As I was reading Government Code 54956.9, it has to do with attorney-client privilege. So my question is, who's the client? Because if the client is us, then we should be afforded the opportunity to listen in. If the client is not us, I'm interested in why our city attorney is spending resources. And boy, I can't wait for the 7 o'clock one, where I'll just leave it for 7 o'clock. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm done.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Okay, at this time, we will close public comments and move into a vote for recess to close session. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A first and a second, roll call vote, please.
Council Member Mendoza,
Yes.
Council Member Meyer,
Yes.
Council Member Rarey,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay, we are in recess to close session. Thank you. Evening, everyone, and welcome to the July 12th, 2022 City Council Successor Agency Brentwood Infrastructure and Financing Authority meeting. We are reconvening closed session. We do have a quorum. Margaret, could I get a roll call?
Council Member Mendoza,
Here.
Council Member Meyer,
Here.
Council Member Rarey,
Here.
Mayor Bryant,
Here.
and let the record reflect that Vice Mayor Rodriguez is absent.
Okay. At this time, could you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will report out on closed session, and I'll ask our city attorney, Damien Brower, to report out.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, the City Council voted 4-0 with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent to initiate litigation. The action, defendants, and other information shall, once litigation has been formally commenced, be disclosed upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize the city's ability to serve parties to litigation and/or conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will open public comments. Turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public has been permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda, items listed under presentations, informational reports, or on the consent calendar. Request for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you'll have the opportunity to provide them. I received no written public comments that were submitted prior to the meeting on this item. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the city council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda. If appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I do show I have 3 hands raised. I'll go ahead and share the speaker screen. And I'll start with Danny Dorman, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Mr. Dorman, go ahead. Mr. Dorman, you'll need to unmute.
Yes. Okay, there it is. I apologize for the delay. Okay. Let me start by Wikipedia's definition of city attorney. It is a position in the city and municipal government who usually handles, city ordinances, gives direction to our city attorney. I'm not city attorney, I'm sorry, staff, pretty much everyone in Brentwood, but they represent the city. I bring that up because I've had people listen to the last meeting, the one about Shea and Orchard, and to a person, after listening, they all asked me, how come there wasn't anyone on our side, our being the city? To which I had to tell them, everyone there represented the city. Our city attorneys, our staff, everyone that basically seemed like they were working for Shea worked for us. And that is part of the problem, is that sometimes people don't know who is supposed to represent who. And I've said it over and over and over again. I've also brought up bills with respect to drought. We are in a drought crisis. And I have given specific SBs and ABs. So right now, I'll give you Brentwood, California Municipal Code, Title 14.01.500 drought. In the event of a water shortage emergency caused by drought or other circumstances, the city may adopt any rules or regulations in accordance with California Water Code sections 350 through 59. Our governor and our previous governor has said we are in an emergency drought state. So this is above you guys, the county, the senators. This is our top guy saying we are in a water emergency. And I've either been given the high hat or just totally ignored about the two bills I gave. And now I gave you an actual municipal code that's under our books. I urge you to do your job and make sure we have water, whatever that takes, because the water municipality will charge $10,000 a day for violation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca, followed by Cynthiana Todor. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I wanted to let you know that there is a problem at Dakota Dog Park off of Sunset in Brentwood. There is a hole that keeps filling up with water, and the city has come by several times to fill the hole with dirt. The dirt then gets washed away because it looks like that there is a pipe underneath the hole, and therefore the dirt gets washed away and the hole fills up with water again. Not sure where the leak is or where the source of the water is, but the water just sits there, and it is very dangerous for dogs to be drinking that water. And we are now in hot heat season, which means mosquitoes. So if somebody from the city, Parks and Rec, could go and check that out. Please don't pour dirt in the hole again. That does not solve the problem. And it is very unhealthy for dogs and for humans. Some very kind person put up a really ugly orange plastic fence around it to keep the dogs from drinking the water, and I really appreciate their effort. But that is not the necessary solution either. So if they could actually troubleshoot and figure out why the hole is filling up with water, that would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Mayor, could you have our city manager address that? I think we just got a response to that in an email. We can't hear you. I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, thank you. Absolutely. As soon as the public comments over, we will address these, making a list. But thank you.
The next speaker is Cynthiana Todor. Cynthiana, go ahead.
Hello. Hi, good evening. Thank you, Margaret. And thank you, City Council, for allowing me to speak during general public comment. I do agree with Mr. Dorman on the image that city staff projects during most agenda items that are presented during the City Council meetings. They always look like they serve the other people and not the residents. But that's, it could be a subjective observation, and but again, that's how it looks like. So maybe some conversations need to be had. One of my biggest problems, I walk by and drive by Amber Lane apartments frequently. And they're ugly to begin with. I was opposed to the project, it's public record, and so on. However, what I would like to request tonight is that before any occupancy permit is issued, that city staff or whomever is in charge of double checking and permitting this apartment complex to go in use, to check the latest and actually the approved design for it. I specifically remember the details that were fought by residents on the new, and I'm using air quotes, improved design of slats on the balconies that allow every single thing that is stored on the balconies to be seen from the walking trail and also from the freeway. So that needs to be revised and reviewed and approved before anything goes in use. Also, we have a smoke shop on Lone Tree Way. On top of that, it's called CBD and more. I don't know what more means and what CBD really means for this shop, but I can tell you it's close to a lot of neighborhoods, walking distance, by the railroad tracks where teenagers can access it. And we know how damaging use of marijuana is for this category. So, can you still hear me?
The speaker's timer had expired and I have no additional speakers with their hands up.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments. Before we move further, I'm going to ask staff if you could. First, we'll start with Mr. Dorman's concerns about the water situation for the city of Brentwood. If we could give some information as to our status with that, that would be greatly appreciated.
Briefly, staff has looked into those bills that were cited, and we feel we're in compliance with the state requirements and state laws, and we'll continue to monitor what the governor dictates going forward. And obviously concerned about the drought, so encourage our residents to continue to do their part. But we'll continue to look into those things and make sure we're compliant with our municipal code as well as any state mandates that come forward.
Thank you. Just a little information that I know council has, but the community doesn't necessarily have. The city of Brentwood has water rights that are unique to our water supply condition. So that if we could maybe have a way to get some of that information out, is that on our website, our city website, some of that information?
Yes, some of it is. The state laws that were referenced, I don't believe we have information on that, but we can get a press release out or something else to the community to inform them about what obligations we have and what opportunities we have as well.
Mickey has his
Mickey
hand up.
wants to say something, correct? Go ahead, Mickey.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council and staff. Yeah, just so high level, there are 6 stages of a water shortage contingency. We're in stage 1. We are planning to bring an item to council to bring us to stage 2. You are correct. We are in a unique position where we have what's called pre-1914 appropriative rights. So our rights actually supersede anything imposed by the state, not necessarily the governor, but when you hear a lot of the impacts of the drought, we'll certainly do our part, and we've always encouraged conservation. And again, we'll take an item to council in the coming in one of the upcoming meetings, advancing us to stage 2, but we do have a lot of water right protection that's unique to Brentwood and some of the few cities here in the state. So without going into further detail, we will go into more detail in the staff report that we'll be taking to council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, Carolina had some concerns on the dog park. I know that I and I'm sure the rest of the council got some letters and emails regarding that. And if I could have staff tell what happened today and explain the process of fixing that, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Sure. No, we appreciate the residents making us aware of that issue. Sounds like our contractor had made several attempts to try to cover up the hole. And with the latest report, the city got a little more directly involved with the contractor and had them assess. There is no broken sprinkler line there. So the source of the water is just drainage from the sprinklers generally. And so the contractor was directed to cover the hole with dirt and then also some new turf. So apparently the dogs have found some soft dirt to continue to dig up, which exacerbates the issue. Otherwise, we have hard pan dirt everywhere else in dog parks specifically. So we'll continue to monitor that, make sure that that area gets a chance to dry up and isn't a source for any polluted water.
Thank you. I know that most, if not all of council has four-legged family members, and I know I do, and our health of our families and our families' pets are very important to us. So thank you. And not only at the dog park, if you see something in the community that you think the city should be aware of, please let us know. We greatly appreciate that. Your eyes are very important to us. At this time, we will move into presentations, and I will bring a brief state of the city to the community right now. This is going to have some updated information of things that we are in the process of implementing, information that I just feel like it's important for our community members to be aware of. So we'll start off with Brentwood being nearly 75 years old this coming year. It was incorporated in 1948, and the 75th anniversary will be January 2023. At this time, in January 2022, we have a population of 64,032 people. The median household income is $115,167. The city itself has a AA plus credit rating, a $315 million overall budget, and a $72 million general fund budget. We do have 30% reserves available for emergency contingencies. And we are in the process of implementing an exciting 2-year strategic plan ahead. Also, for the first time since implementing the districts, District 2 and 4 of the city, the representatives for city council, those seats will be up for election this year. District 2 and District 4 are both on the east side of the city of Brentwood, and I highly encourage anyone that would like to run for city council to do so. It is open to everyone to come to the city. We have a wonderful city clerk, Margaret, who will be able to help you. Don't feel intimidated if you don't know what the process is. Our city clerk is an expert at walking us through the process. So please get involved. We have a very involved community, and our district elections for 2 and 4 will be this November. Moving into the public works, we are currently partnering with Los Vaqueros in storage capacity expansion for our water, as well as we are in the process of expanding our wastewater treatment plant. And we have plans to expand the water treatment plant as well, so that at full build out of the city, we are going to be able to have the resources and the infrastructure available to make sure that we are taken care of, and we don't have the need in the future to wish we had done this. Our council has made great decisions. Previous councils for many years have made good decisions on infrastructure to keep us all safe and healthy and well. And so these are some of the things that we're in the process of. Also, we are working on a portion of the sound wall on Highway 4 near the Balfour exit. This council has directed our staff to begin the process of remediating some of those sound concerns there, and also working in the parking garage with security improvements. Many of the community's residents have expressed concern over the safety of the usage of the parking structure downtown, and our city staff is working to implement some security steps to make sure that everyone on the school, everyone that uses the parking structure, all of the pedestrians around it are able to remain safe while they're here downtown. Going into another very important and long-awaited component of what's going on with Public Works is the Sand Creek Road extension. This extension down to the bottom right is Sand Creek and the Sand Creek Cloverleaf exit that we currently have. It will join there and it will attach, it will go through this property. They're building a bridge, and the city of Antioch just approved the projects that will put in place the Promenade Phase 6 in Antioch that will finish Hydorn Road down to that connecting location there to Sand Creek Road. So that will alleviate a lot of the traffic pressures at Lone Tree for the shopping areas there and the exits there. So this Sand Creek Road connection through PA1 specific plan area is in the process. It's the extension is 35% designed, and bidding work for the bridge structure and construction to begin next summer. So that's long awaited and great news. Moving into economic development, the Innovation Center, the specific plan amendments considered are being considered tonight. $25 million of infrastructure improvements for the privately owned job creating business park are being planned. There will be about 8,000 potential jobs at completion that this project is envisioned to bring. And of course, it will be focused on high paying, high quality jobs to help our residents be able to have a very local commute and be able to spend time with their families, as well as help with greenhouse gas emissions, our carbon footprint, everything that something like this is going to help accomplish on a state and county level. But the most exciting thing to me is that it's going to help our local families live and work locally and make a very good wage with some of the med tech, the tech, and the different corporations and commercial venues that will be happening there. Also, in the process currently in economic development is the Highway 4 McComney Trail bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing. If you have gone down Highway 4 or up Highway 4, recently I've had a lot of people asking what's being built there, what are the cranes for? That is a Contra Costa Transit Authority project partnering with different transit and the park districts and the Habitat Conservancy and cities to build the bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing there that will connect the trails from the west side of Highway 4 to the east side of Highway 4. Ultimately, some of the information that has been sent out says that it is going to connect over 60 counties, and you'll be able to take trails, some more complete and some more rustic, but from here to Walnut Creek, and someone told me recently, if you use a little imagination, you can use trails all the way down to South San Francisco. So a lot of exciting things happening with that. Also, Costco and dual branded Hotel La Quinta and Hawthorne are both in plan review right now for that area. The La Quinta Hawthorne Hotel will be located at the Streets of Brentwood location. That's going to provide housing short-term, of course, for some of the decisions that we're going to be talking about here in a moment, enabling people that want to come to town for sporting events or other things to stay here and spend their money locally. And instead of our families having to go out and travel for different travel sports, we're excited that very soon we're going to be able to have some of those events locally. Also in economic development, Main Street America recently awarded affiliate status and is working towards accreditation status to our Downtown Business Association. Also funding Harvest Time to produce a documentary marketing film. They will be working with Contra Costa County on financing the district to encourage street, sidewalk, jobs creating opportunities in these priority areas. It's something that is going to be a real boost for our local businesses and economic development. It puts the city of Brentwood in several publications and online social media locations that are looked at many millions of times by fresh eyes every year. And so this is a great step in the direction of bringing more commerce and outside dollars into the city of Brentwood and allowing our local families also to enjoy some of the amenities that this is going to open up for a downtown business coalition. Also in community development, we are nearly ready with an open space protection initiative to be put on this November's ballot. It will be updating our multi-year housing element, as well as resuming work this winter on zoning code updates to reduce undesirable land uses. The general plan, of course, is our defining document for growth and business in the city of Brentwood. But in the name of that document, general, it is to denote that we understand at the point in time a general plan is made, the community comes together with our staff and those that work on this, and we try to do our best to envision what the future is going to look like. But inevitably, there are some unknown and unexpected changes that we come into contact with. And the general plan is designed to be adjustable, be able to tweak to best accommodate what reality is when it shows up in the future. At the same time, it is a solid foundation so that we understand and know what the city and the community, the direction it's going to be going, and what our community wants it to look like. And so we're making those changes to adjust for some of the changes in technology, as well as opportunities that are new that weren't envisioned at the time, as far as businesses, commercial businesses as well. Moving into police services. The police department has really been upping their department outreach efforts. They've been doing an outstanding job. Some of the areas that they provide interaction and connection with the community is with a community emergency response team. They have training for our residents that help them understand what the circumstances are in our community as far as our police work, first responders, as well as what our community members are able to do. First aid training, first response training, different things like that, that as a resident you can be a part of. They've also been doing car shows downtown. They have a kids bike rodeo. And I will just tell you, that I have no doubt that there are plenty of our kids with bikes that are skilled enough to ride in a bike rodeo. Unfortunately, some of them have been riding dangerously in groups into traffic, but their skills are definitely impressive. So the police department is giving them an opportunity to maybe in a more secure and safe environment show off and practice their bicycle riding skills, which I highly encourage. And just as a parent in our community, I would also encourage our parents to make sure that you talk to your bicycle riding age young people, encourage them to be safe. We don't want to see a tragedy because most of us, when we were young, thought we were invincible until we realized we weren't because of some sort of injury. If you could come together as a community and help us with that, so our police department doesn't have to make a notification that none of us want to see. Also, there's the Brentwood Police Activities League that works with our students and our young people to give them opportunities to be involved with groups of people that they may not commonly hang around in the groups that they go to school with. If you want to make a community a better place, then you provide an opportunity for our young people and our families to spend time with other people from different backgrounds, cultures, that bring some of the beauty and the strengths of each of the cultures together. And the more that we spend time around people that are different than we are, the more we realize that we have so much more in common than that there are differences. And we get to learn to appreciate on a very personal level the strengths of those differences. And so the Police Activities League is a great opportunity for our young people to come together after school and work, supervised by our police department and volunteers. Councilperson Rarey is our liaison to the Police Activities League, and they do lots of different functions, fundraisers, and things to help our young people. And we have a great community full of wonderful young people. And this is just another resource for us to take advantage of that the police department puts on. Also, a Citizens Police Academy, as well as regularly scheduled coffee with cops, where they'll go to a coffee location here in town and make themselves available for conversations. Also in police services, some of the other things that they provide is a community public safety and mental health group called One Mind. I've partnered with the National Association of Triads, as well as Mental Health Awareness Month. Upcoming in August 2nd is our National Night Out. Here you see some of our police officers that were participating last year in the Dia Los Muertos event that we had here in Brentwood, and it was very well received. And all of the face painting here was done by one of our officers' wives, who is there. I believe it's her standing in the middle, if I'm not mistaken, but if not, she did most of that, if not all that face painting. It was a great event. I know several of our council members were there. Everybody had a good time. Moving into fire protection. There's been several things that have happened in our fire protecting services. There is a new development annex into fire CFDs that council voted for in 2021. Also updated developer fire impact fees in 2021, as well as East Contra Costa Fire Protection District receiving Measure X funding in 2021. Our city and our city council were very big supporters of that. Also, Supervisor Diane Burgess was the chair at the time, and she helped to enable Measure X funding to be applied to East Contra Costa County. Also, Oakley opened station number 55 on June 1st, 2022. Station number 55 is going to be able to provide now additional resources and advanced life support to our community. That means a paramedic when that shows up with the engine. Also, fire district consolidation happened on July 1st of 2022. What that means is, after many years of a lot of hard work by many people, led up by our former now fire chief, we were able to work the elected fire board, the appointed fire board, the fire subcommittee here in the city of Brentwood was able to work together with the supervisor, county supervisor, and Con Fire board, as well as Chief Burchard, who is the chief of Con Fire. And on June 1st or July 1st, they turned over, East Contra Costa Fire turned over the fire protection authority of this area to the Confire, and it is now a consolidated fire protection service. So we have many, many more resources, over 400 firefighters versus 38 firefighters. That's going to reduce injury on the job. It's going to provide such greater level of fire protection and protection for our firefighters as well. Also bringing new resources. Station 52 will have a double housing, two trucks and facilities there. So 2 teams, 2 trucks. Also, there's going to be, we opened up station, I believe 98 is what they're calling it now, in Bethel Island. And engine 52, station 52, July 1st, that is when they began advanced life support. Station 51, which will be at Empire and Amber, and Station 54 on First Street will be new fire stations that will be in place in 2 or 3 years. Moving into Parks and Recreation. For several of the residents in the community that have been waiting a long time, disc golf course opened earlier this year, and recently City Council funded new bathrooms at Guerin and Creekside Park, as well as pickleball courts that will be forthcoming to Creekside Park this winter. I know that I'm regularly approached by our pickleball players here in the community. They're going to be very, very happy to know that their desire to have pickleball courts, upgraded professional courts there, they'll be in place this winter. Also on our Parks and Recreation department, the Deer Ridge landscape improvements construction are underway, and they're funded by the LLAD. So we'll be seeing the areas that are highlighted here. Those are the areas that are going to be improved in the Deer Ridge community. And I do want to thank our residents there for voicing their concerns and being a part of the solution in this process. It was a lengthy one, but in the end, we were able to accomplish something that was a concern to everyone. In Parks and Recreation also, we are going to be seeing new public art being shown around the community. This art is paid by developers' fees, a fee that is charged for every house that has been built in the city of Brentwood to the developer. Includes 2 more projects coming this fall and winter. The first is Fields of Time, which will be along the west side of the police department station on Brentwood Boulevard. And on the other, will be on Sand Creek near Highway 4. I'm not sure how many years ago, 1 or 2 years ago, in the discussion of this, we had the artist come to council, and he described his vision for this was to emulate a modern take on Mount Diablo and the sunsets and things. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Council, at the concern of some of the residents, chose to work with our Arts Commission to move the location of this to a more appropriate location, which is out on Sand Creek. So you'll see that coming. And speaking of Sand Creek, as far as Parks and Rec is concerned, the Sand Creek Sports Complex, which is estimated to cost $15 million, will soon go out for bid for architectural design services to develop a multi-field sports complex. It will have artificial turf fields. And as you can see on this picture, if you can see that, and I'm sure this information will be up on our city website as well. These are going to be artificial turf fields that are going to accommodate several different types of field sport activities. And we're very excited to have these here to service our local sports teams so that, again, not only do we have the ability to have our local teams play here, but it will open up opportunities to be more attractive to outside organizations coming in and having these travel team events here, which will help our local families and also our local businesses. Also, in Parks and Recreation, there's a lot going on in Parks and Rec that is coming to fruition after many years of work. There at the Vineyards at Marsh Creek, the Event Center Amphitheater is 30% designed, and it's starting environmental analysis. That will take a year, but here you see the architectural drawings of what it's going to look like. And it's going to be a great asset and addition to our community. Just another thing for our families to be able to participate in our community. And then last but not least, I know it is not a city project, but Brentwood Los Medanos College is ready to open and be used for our community. It is going to be an outstanding asset. If you had an opportunity or you have an opportunity, please go take a look at that campus. It's a beautiful campus, and it's going to be a real asset to our local residents, our families and community. And with that, I am going to wrap up this part of our city council agenda. And we will move forward into item A2 under presentations from Stand for Families Free of Violence. And I'm going to call on Chief Hansen to introduce the presenter. Chief.
Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Hear you loud and clear.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Council. Really quick, I had asked Stan to come and give a quick presentation to you, just to show the great work that they're doing to protect some of our residents that are involved in family violence. I think we're the leader in this area. We have been. Our past chiefs have really taken a leadership role in this area. Chief Evenson was part of one of the authors for one of our protocols on responding to domestic violence. And I just want to thank you, Mayor. I want to thank the council for your continued support to allow us to be the leaders along with a few other agencies in our county. I think this is very important, and some great work is going on. And again, I just wanted them to come tonight, showcase, give you an update on what you guys support. Again, we couldn't do this without the continued support from you, Mayor, and our great City Council. So with that, I'm going to introduce Rhonda James.
Great. Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Nice warm welcome. And I was told to keep it brief and to the point, and I'm going to try really hard to do that. Chief Hansen is correct. The Brentwood has really led out on this effort. This effort meaning the Lethality Assessment Protocol Program, which we call LAP because we like to make an acronym for everything. So hello, thank you for welcoming me. My name is Rhonda James. I'm the CEO for Stand for Families Free of Violence. And we have been in the community for about 45, 50 years. As you know, we've been working closely with law enforcement as a necessary and helpful partner in almost everything we do. In 2015, this county was one of 4 across the nation that was part of developing a lethality assessment protocol, which uses a standardized tool to assess lethality. So basically, it's taking a look at with an outcall when there's been an incident of domestic violence or interpersonal violence or intimate partner violence, the odds, if you will, the statistics that this person's going to die of homicide at the hand of the person that he or she is in a relationship with. And then all across the country, we found huge statistics that supported the connection between domestic violence and homicide. And we know that, for instance, if there's a gun in the home, a person who's victimized by domestic violence is 500 times more likely to die. We know if the strangulation is involved. And we also know that law enforcement knows that. They know that in their heads and they know that in their guts. And so this particular tool is developed out of Maryland, and in 2015 took 5 years across this county and actually across the country to develop data to help support what kinds of activities were needed. What did law enforcement need to make really good assessments? And we all settled on this 11-point questionnaire, standardized, very small, very short, but really to the point and able to ascertain if someone is likely to die at the hand of their partner. So the lethality assessment protocol basically is, this sounds really minimalistic, and I don't mean it to be that way, but it really means that law enforcement organization or officer is at the front of the line. So we offer a 24/7 crisis response to victims. So survivors call us 24/7. But if we have 10 people who are calling and only have 9 counselors on the line, that 10th person waits. With the lethality assessment protocol program, it's basically a line for officers. So they call immediately, we immediately answer. And if we don't, then we talk about that with great depth, because that's our commitment. And that person, that victim or that survivor, is facilitated in the moment using the law enforcement, the tool the law enforcement officer is actually using to assess. He or she also uses their gut to figure out if this person's at risk of dying of homicide from DV. And then what we're able to do is to guarantee immediate emergency beds. What a lot of folks don't know is that most people don't call law enforcement. They wait a long time before they engage. Some people call more than others, but we also know that by the time law enforcement arrives, things are oftentimes very much out of control. So we also know that most people won't go to emergency shelter, and sometimes what makes a difference for them choosing to leave their partner, at least in the moment, is law enforcement saying, according to the statistics, ma'am, you're really close to having your life ended. And it's made such a huge difference in saving lives of folks who were not sure if they were going to be leaving that situation. So what the lethality assessment protocol program does is that it allows our crisis line to operate, but also allows a crisis line for law enforcement to use separately. It also, it means that 100% immediate bed night for someone who's calling in. So when your Brentwood PD folks call, we make sure they get a bed that night. It also means that there's an ongoing relationship and training. So as the tool changes, as the research changes, we're able to, we meet monthly and really talk about what's going on in our community, in our county, and what's happening in the field to enhance practices. So that's just kind of the really fast overview. The first 5 years, OVW, the Office of Violence Against Women, paid for this training. And then after 4 or 5 years, working with also with our research partners, putting out the information about what was needed from each law enforcement jurisdiction, Stan began to work with the county, the Alliance to End Abuse, to identify core funding for our crisis line and for that portion. And then we began to work with law enforcement orgs to bring in a piece of funding for each of their organizations. And that's the reason I'm in front of you tonight. I think that Chief Hansen said it really well. You all were part of the first group. You're continuing to be in that second and third wave. We're currently working with 4 law enforcement jurisdictions: Richmond, Brentwood, Walnut Creek, and San Ramon. We've had some come in, some leave, but Brentwood and Richmond have been solid, sort of like bookends in this county. And without that kind of relationship, this project couldn't continue. So I'll stop there, and because I'm supposed to be short, and see if there are questions.
Thank you, Ms. James. Are there any questions from council to Ms. James? Councilmember Meyer.
Hi, Rhonda. Thank you for being here. The shelter that you referred to for emergency purposes, is that an actual shelter? Is that hotel rooms? How does that work?
That's both. We have a large campus, which I would welcome you to visit as soon as we're finished with our most recent COVID outbreak status that the county has supported us on. We have a shelter that supplies about 12 weeks of care for a victim and her or his children for about 240, 250 folks a year. And then we have 7 units of transitional housing. And then during COVID and for emergencies or for specific kinds of trafficking victims, we have emergency lodging that we also raise funds for. But for the most part, we're talking about the actual emergency shelter at our Raleigh Mullen Center, located in Central County.
And also, what nonprofit partners do you work with? I'm thinking like Family Justice Center.
Yeah, so I was one of the first 5 founding members of the Family Justice Center when it was just West County, because I was the ED at Community Violence Solutions, which is a rape crisis center. So we work with the Alliance to End Abuse, which is the county portion. That's kind of the county arm for domestic violence, sexual assault, and those kinds of crimes. Work with Community Violence Solutions, with Deaf Hope, with NARICA, with Rainbow, certainly the Family Justice Center. We have liaisons and advocates embedded in all 3 family justice centers and also in the EHSD offices in East Central and West County, because a lot of folks come in to see a social worker and that's where they reveal their need, and they can just go across the hall and our staff are actually right there and embedded. So I could, the Crisis Center 211, We Care for Children, you know, Contra Costa Child Care Council, you name it, NAMI.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James, for your presentation. We really greatly appreciate that, and also greatly appreciate the resource that you provide for our families and those that are in crisis and danger. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you. A special shout out to your police department for hanging in there in hard times. So thank you. So I'll step off, and if anyone has any questions, Chief knows how to reach me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Hansen. We greatly appreciate that.
Thanks. Good night, guys.
Good night. Be safe. At this time, we will move into informational reports from council members. And we'll begin with Council Member Mendoza.
Hello, everyone. Just real quick for everyone watching, I'm having internet connection issues, but I'm listening on the phone option. So if I go in and out, I'm still listening and I'm muting on and off on my phone. So just FYI. So in the last few weeks, I've attended the Cal City's legislative review, and no surprise, the state is taking more and more control. So I urge everyone to reach out to their legislative representatives if they have issues with the state taking local control. I watched the Fire Department Transit Authority via online. The press was generous enough to post it so that we could all watch it while it was happening, which is fantastic for us that work full time. I attended a meeting in District 2. I spoke to some residents in District 4 that are interested in running, so I'm glad that you mentioned that earlier, Mayor. A Cal City's meeting with their leadership team, with a team that supports their leadership on unfunded mandates. Just because we're not actively promoting the initiative doesn't mean that all of us don't care about local control. I'm still gonna keep working towards that as your council person. Attended the 4th of July parade. I'm not the kind of person to be in a parade, but I attended and watched the whole thing. It was packed, which was awesome. And then and that's it for the last couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Meyer.
Thank you. I did attend the transfer of command merger ceremony for the fire district. But as I also work full time, I only was able to stay for like an hour and a half. But the hour and a half that I was there was really inspiring, very exciting. It did 250 to 300 people, I think it was. Just fantastic, a long time coming. Thanks to Council Member Rarey and to Mayor Bryant for their past work in this. I think just really a long time coming. Everybody was super excited about it. Since the last council meeting, public comment about the drought and potential legislation around that, had a discussion with that resident, also reached out to State Senator Glazer's office and his chief of staff and his legislative team, his representative for housing on the legislative level, also interacted with the Cal State Legislative Analyst Office, and with staff, wrote up a big long email of all the findings and the feedback from every one of those parties, sent it back to the resident. I do agree. I wish it was as simple as we can just, push back on this one particular bill or multiple bills or municipal codes and have that work. But there is a lot more to it than that. And I would urge that resident and any other residents who are interested in learning more about this to reach out to their legislators, to Senator Glazer or to our temporary new Assembly Member Wilson, at least through this election. I think there's some interesting discussion around this. I don't believe there's a legal direction that we can take. Again, if somebody finds out something different and brings it back, then we can address that. But at this point, staff has looked under every rug. And again, if you want to push back on state and take this further, take it to your legislators. Attended the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference, had a meeting with Amy Tilley, the Executive Director of Downtown Brentwood Coalition. Great vision. I enjoyed the meeting so much, and to hear her direction moving forward and what she sees for the city is just very, very inspiring. and then attended a California Alliance of Local Electeds meeting where there was an author who was talking about RENA numbers and how they aren't going to fly the way they are. So I would certainly, I shared that article with staff and certainly hope that anyone interested can reach out to learn more about that and also about, of course, our neighborhood voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Rarey.
Yeah, since the last time we met, my schedule wasn't as full as the others, but I did attend the transfer of command between East Contra Costa Fire Protection District and Contra Costa Fire Protection District. I was registered to participate in the 4th of July parade. Unfortunately, our motorcycle would not start. So I had to pull out of the parade. I attended a hike out of the John Marsh House through the Marsh Creek State Historic Park. I also spoke with Senator Glazer's office regarding the opening of Marsh Creek State Historic Park. It became a park in 2007. It has not yet been opened to the public with the exception of a few special events. But it looks like in July, we're going to pull, with Senator Glazer's office, we're going to pull together the stakeholders in this region and start reaching out to the community to send off letters to the state to say, open this up, because for some reason, they don't think that we have an interest in opening that park. And that's why they're not opening it. They're opening up other parks, but not that one. So as soon as we get all that information, we'll be sure to spread it around, and hopefully everybody will jump on the bandwagon and send their letters off to our state legislators and the governor and let them know that, yes, we want that park open. It's 3,700 acres, and it'll be a great asset to our area in opening. It doesn't mean the John Marsh House has to get finished. It means that we can open up trails and possibly campgrounds and start doing the improvements for the park and really allow for families and hikers and mountain bikers and so forth to get out there, equestrians. I think it'll be a great asset to us. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, I also attended the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District transfer of authority. I had the privilege of attending the Lions Club, the Brentwood Lions Club 93rd installation dinner. Our Brentwood Lions Club has had 93. It's almost 100 years old. Our local Lions are people that you know. You almost can't see anyone doing something in our community without them being a part of the Lions Club. I don't want to embarrass her, but I know that our council member, Susanna Meyer, as well as her husband, are award-winning. Her husband, Council Member Meyer, and her husband. It's just a privilege to live in a community that has so many caring people that care with more than their heart. They care with their hands. They go out and they do stuff to help our community, our families. And that was a great privilege. Also, I attended the mayor's conference where Clifford Chan of the East Bay Municipal, East Bay MUD was there to give a description of the concerns on the drought and the water situation in the county. Again, Brentwood is a little unique. We're not a part of East Bay MUD, but we again, like Mickey shared, we do have a lot of the same concerns. But during that, I was made aware of a couple of Senate bills that are sponsored by our Senator Steve Glazer. One is Senate Bill 936, which is designed to train convicts in forestry and fire training to enable those that have served their time and they're coming back into society and they need something that they can transition into to be a positive force in the community, as well as learn skill sets that enable them to take care of themselves and their families. So that's an outstanding Senate bill that I encourage you to contact not only Senator Glazer's office, but our other electeds as well, to encourage them to vote yes and support Senate Bill 936. And also Senate Bill 1488, which is a BART oversight bill, also from Senator Glazer's office. And those are the three main things that came out of our mayor's conference this week. Also, I attended the 4th of July parade, and like everyone else has said, it was packed. People were happy, lots of ice cream and smiling kids. And there were so many young children and families riding bicycles leading the parade. It was just beautiful. And then also our veterans and our veteran firefighters as well. It was an awesome event. I also attended the East Contra Costa Habitat Conservancy Board meeting, where we were dealing with some of the local pipelines, doing inspections and repair from vandalism out in the Vasco Road area, as well as I attended the Tri-Delta Transit Board meeting. And I don't have anything further to report at this time. So at this time, we'll move into consent calendar. And do I have a motion for the consent calendar?
So moved, or move to approve, excuse me.
Okay, we have a first.
Second.
And I'll second that.
A first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay, we'll move into item D, public hearings. Item D1 pertains to the city's affordable housing program. And I will ask staff to give the report. I believe it's Sylvia.
Hi, good evening. Trying to get my my picture up there. Not sure what's going on here. Well, I'll go ahead and go through the okay, here we go. Start my video. Sorry about that. Hi. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight, I would like to provide a brief presentation on the City Council's direction to staff regarding the potential amendment to the city's affordable housing ordinance. At the March 22nd City Council meeting, staff presented information regarding the affordable housing ordinance as requested by the City Council, and staff requested direction on the potential amendment to the affordable housing ordinance. Whether to increase the affordability percentage requirement of 10% and by how much, whether to conduct an economic feasibility study to support an increase in the affordability percentage requirement above 15%, whether to remove the in lieu fee option for ownership units, whether to modify the in lieu fee option for rental units, and whether to assist the affordable homeowners in paying HOA fee increases either through city funds and or developer contributions. The council asked for additional information and asked staff to continue the discussion at a future meeting. As directed by City Council, staff continued the discussion regarding the potential amendment to the affordable housing ordinance at the April 26th City Council meeting. At the same meeting, the City Council held a brief discussion regarding the construction of duets, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes for the affordable housing program and the potential removal of the option for their construction. Due to the way the agenda item was framed and to allow more information to be presented, the discussion regarding duets, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes would be brought back at a future meeting. The City Council directed staff to prepare a draft amendment to the Affordable Housing Ordinance, take no action on HOA dues, take no action on a feasibility study as one is not required for the proposed amendments. At the May 26th continued City Council meeting, the discussion regarding the construction of duets, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes for the Affordable Housing Program was brought forth as an agenda item. The City Council held a discussion, then directed staff to bring back additional information on design requirements for duets at a future meeting. At the June 21st, 2022 Planning Commission meeting, staff presented the draft amendment to the Affordable Housing Ordinance for the Commission's review. The Planning Commission adopted resolution number 22-016, recommending that the City Council adopt an ordinance amending 17.725 of the city's municipal code, the Affordable Housing Ordinance. The following is a recap of the proposed amendments per the City Council's direction. Increase the affordable housing percentage to 13%. Currently, the affordable housing percentage is at 10%. Applicability to ownership and rental housing. Currently, the ownership housing breakdown is 3% very low, 4% low, 3% moderate income, and rental projects are 5% very low and 5% low income with no moderate income requirement. Limiting the in lieu fee option. Currently, the in lieu fee option is available to residential developments of 5 or more. This slide shows a side-by-side comparison. The current Affordable Housing Ordinance requires 10% obligation, which applies to ownership developments. The proposed 13% amendment will apply to ownership and rental projects. This concludes the presentation, and staff would like to answer any questions, then ask the City Council for the direction regarding the amendment to the Affordable Housing Ordinance. Thank you.
Council Member Rarey.
Yes, the units 5 to 9, it states in there that we can or we may ask for the in lieu fees. Is it currently that it is a one unit or in lieu fees, or is it just build a one unit?
Currently, it's either build the unit or ask for an in lieu fee for a low income unit.
And one of the discussions that we had at a previous meeting was the need for in lieu fees to continue the rental and affordable housing program, correct?
Yes, the continuation of the in lieu fees for the smaller projects, and then build units for the projects that are 10 or more.
Okay, and so it would behoove us to eliminate that one unit, building of that one unit in order to continue to fund with the in lieu fees, the affordable housing.
It's right now, the way that the ordinance reads is either you can either ask for in lieu fees, or in lieu fees can be given or build the units.
But we can ask that for the 5 to 9 that it is only in lieu fees, correct?
If that's
we can remove the build one unit.
That can be my understanding is that can be part of the amendment to this ordinance.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And I'm just going to jump in for 1 minute. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Council Member Rarey. We do have Barb Kautz with us this evening from Goldfarb and Lippman. She's the attorney who does a good portion of the city's housing work, and she has worked with staff closely to put together the direction on the changes to the ordinance that you have tonight. So if you'd like to hear Ms. Kautz's advice on that topic, she is on the line and she's available for questions.
Thank you very much. Council Member Mendoza.
Sorry, I have to unmute on my phone. I'm not sure if this is where we talked about this, but we had talked about the affordable units being on corner lots with the driveways facing opposite streets or not, not the same street. Is that part of this, or is that something we would have to do separate? It's
So
separate. Karen's nodding. It's separate. Okay.
Good evening, Council. Yes, that was Council's direction to move these forward and bring that back because of how that original agenda item was noticed and needing additional information. So our plan right now is tentatively scheduled a second meeting in August to have that discussion.
August. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Page 67 of the staff report says the approving body may modify city standards, including design guidelines for affordable units that reduce costs of and are necessary to result in identifiable and actual cost reductions to provide for affordable housing. I just want to confirm what would be required to actually amend design standards in our ordinance.
Thank you. So similar to what we're doing tonight, the council can initiate amendments to this ordinance. And if the council wanted to strengthen or modify those design standards, similar to what we've already broached with duets and would be bringing back, council can initiate that amendment to the ordinance. It's not part of the package tonight, and it can certainly be done separately.
Okay. I actually think that might be it. Well, actually, no, I had one other question I had asked during our prep time, but it might be something interesting for residents to know is if you could explain what we have in place to protect renters from landlords who are not taking care of units, or if that's an issue, and if not, why not?
Certainly, and Sylvia can expand on this, but we, for the rental units that are in our program, we contract with a property management firm to run those rentals. So we are in effect the landlord. And Sylvia, I don't know if you want to expand on that or if that's sufficient.
So I work closely with the landlord to make sure that the properties are maintained. I also work closely with the landlord to look at the applications to make sure that our units are rented properly, and also do drive-by visits, or not visits, but drive-by, I guess, just viewings from the outside to make sure that everything is nice and neat, and make sure that the properties are being maintained, and that the tenants are actually taking care of their properties, making sure that there aren't any cars on our lawns, too many in the driveway, making sure that just the tenants that live there, and there are yearly inspections done internally inside the units by the property manager.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Rarey.
Yes, for the public, these homes are not Section 8.
Correct.
Nor can they ever become Section 8.
In the city's rental program, we do not accept housing vouchers or Section 8 vouchers.
And the same goes for the purchasing of the homes. Those are not Section 8 homes, correct?
Correct. They're owner-occupied homes. The owners of those homes have to be, have to live in the homes. They can never be rented or leased. And that is part of the agreement that they also sign with the city.
And those homes that are rented have a 45-year restricted deed, correct?
The owner-occupied homes are a 45-year deed restriction that starts day one when the home is sold, if it's sold within those 45 years. The rental units in the city's program are at least 55 years ago, according to redevelopment or former redevelopment law.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Ms. Couch, if you would like to opine to address some of these concerns, that would be wonderful.
Thank you for having me. I'm Barb Couch. I'm a partner with Goldfarb and Lippman and have been helping the city with some of these ordinances. On the issue about whether the city could simply require an in lieu fee for 5 to 9 units and not give the option of providing an affordable unit, there's a California State Court decision involving the City of San Jose's inclusionary ordinance. The BIA sued San Jose. The BIA was arguing that in order to impose an inclusionary requirement, a city would need to do what's called a nexus study, demonstrating that the market rate units created an impact on the affordable units. And the court said that was not the case for an inclusionary requirement, and also was not the case for an in lieu fee if it was an alternative to providing the affordable unit. So that if the city would rather just get in lieu fees, it would need to do what's called a nexus study to demonstrate that the market rate units have an impact on the need for affordable housing in order to only require an in lieu fee. That was anyway, that's what the court held. So so the way it needs to be structured is the way it's structured in your ordinance, where the base requirement is to provide one unit, or the applicant can elect to provide an in lieu fee. Since your in lieu fees for 5 to 9 units are only half of the normal in lieu fee, I suspect most owners will elect to pay the in lieu fee, but you do have to kind of start with the providing one unit requirement. However, it doesn't need to have city council, the in lieu fee there's no requirement that the city council approve that. So that would make it more attractive to owners. If the requirement to have the fee approved by the city council was removed, then the in lieu fee would probably be quite attractive to owners.
You said that we can't remove the unit there unless we do a nexus study?
Correct.
And what does a nexus study consist of?
Yeah, a nexus study demonstrates that basically the construction of market rate housing creates a need for the affordable housing, just like you could compare it to a traffic impact study, where you're generating traffic, and so road improvements are needed. But the way these studies are done is that they generally project that the people living in the new homes will have a need for local services, everything from schools, healthcare, local retail. That will create a need for jobs. Some proportion of the jobs will be low income. And so by having more market rate housing, you create some need for additional affordable housing. That's usually how they're done. But they're somewhat, basically you have to hire an economic firm to do it, and they can be somewhat expensive. Yeah, sorry.
All right, thank you.
To piggyback on that question, but we can state in our motions that the option for in lieu fees is there, or they can provide one unit of affordable.
Yes.
We don't have to make it the one unit of affordable first with an option of in lieu. It could be the option of in lieu with the secondary option of the one.
Well,
unit.
I think I'm sorry to be picky about this.
It's okay.
I think you actually have to have it the way it's stated in the ordinance, where for 5 to 9 dwelling units, they shall construct one a low income unit. Alternatively, they can pay the fee.
Okay.
That's how the court reached its decision. There's a U.S. Supreme Court decision that says payment of fees need just pure. If you're asking somebody to pay fees, like not for a public service or something like that, then you have to justify. Then they're considered quote exactions and need to be justified by a nexus study. But the California Supreme Court said, well, they don't think a requirement. They think a requirement to build one affordable unit is like a price control or a rent control. And if it's a voluntary option to pay the in lieu fee, then then it's okay. So that's why you need to phrase it like that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. At this time, if there are no more questions, clarifying questions of staff, we'll open public comment. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I do have 2 hands raised. I'll go ahead and share my screen. And then I'll start with Danny Dorman, followed by Rod.
Here it is.
Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
The mute button just came up, or unmute rather. Well, you all know my comments about water. I don't think this is in direct contradiction of housing. It is and should be hand in hand. And I cede the remainder of my 2 minutes and 43 seconds to Rod. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Mr. Floor. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. If I could break in for just 1 minute. We have had a chance to look back through the City Council's meeting rules and procedures, and it is in fact not the case that the public is able to cede their remaining time to other public speakers. So you will be given your 3 minutes as usual, but I wanted to clarify that for the rules. So thank you for the interruption.
Yes, well, thank you for that. I don't object to having the 3 minute rule at all, other than sometimes it's too short for me, but I understand how the rules work. I just I won't even speak for 3 minutes on this one. I just wanted to congratulate the City Council, the entire City Council, for coming together and doing the best that you can to do the right thing. And I know that somebody just looking at this casually will wonder how you came up with 13% and not 15% or 20% or some other percent. And having been through it, it would take way more than 3 minutes to explain the bizarre circumstances in our state that are causing you to only be able to do so much. The irony here is that in their zeal to somehow create affordable housing by manipulating the market, they've almost made it impossible for our City Council to simply do the right thing and actually create affordable housing without severe consequences for the city. So I just want to thank all of you, all 5 of you. Even Johnny's not here, but thank you to all 5 of you for doing this. And it's just, as a citizen, I'm just proud to see my City Council do something that's beneficial to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments. Move into council discussion. Councilperson Mendoza.
I really don't have a discussion. I'm just ready to make a motion. But Karen Councilmember Rarey might have something to say. Go ahead. I won't make my motion. You can go ahead and speak. I'm just really excited about it.
So, my apologies, Mayor and Council. I believe that was a public hearing, so we need a motion to close the public hearing.
I'm sorry, you're right. We have a first.
Second.
And a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay. Councilmember Rarey.
So I don't know about how the rest of you feel, but for 5 to 9 units, do we want to have an in lieu fee or make them build a house? These are small infill areas. So
Didn't the attorney just say we have to give the option?
Not if we don't require them to do the affordable housing at all. Is that correct, Barbara?
I'll let Barb weigh in, but yes, that is right. There's no
Yeah.
obligation that the city impose such a requirement on projects of 5 to 9 units. But if you are going to impose a requirement, then you have to have the construction option as the default and then give them the alternative to fee out instead.
Right.
And how much is it, the amount we would get of in lieu fees for that, a development that size, 9 and under?
It's 50% of the low income. Is that correct, Sylvia?
Yes.
Which is,
Sylvia, you're on mute. Sylvia, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. It is 50% of the low income in lieu fee, which this year is 361,000. Half of that.
Which is not a lot.
so that's,
Like 180.
or we could allow the payment without further action by the council. Which means that they wouldn't need to come to us for, because I mean, it's a 5 to 9. I mean, it's not like they're doing a 20 or 30 unit complex and we know 50% that they get, or 1 unit, it's one of the two.
Right. Yeah, you don't need to have, there's no, if you want to make it easy for them to pay in lieu fees, there's no need that for them to come to the council. Yeah.
So what do you guys think?
That's what I was thinking when making the motion. We would just, it's just, done at the staff level, that negotiation.
Okay. I'm okay.
So just so I understand, staff should modify the language that you've got on packet page 54 in subsection B1. If you don't mind, I'll share my screen for just one moment so we can all be on the same page. So this subsection 1, residential developments of 5 to 9 dwelling units, developers of residential developments consisting of 5 to 9 dwelling units shall construct 1 low income affordable unit meeting the standards in this chapter. Alternatively, the applicant may pay a fee equal to 50% of the low income in lieu fee as established by council, or provide an alternative equivalent if approved by the council. So my understanding, Council Member Mendoza, is that you would prefer this to say, alternatively, the applicant may opt to pay a fee equal to 50% of the in lieu fee, and that need not be approved by council. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. If everyone else.
So if the council would trust staff to make that correction administratively. Thank you.
Yes.
We have a
So
first.
Member Mendoza actually make the motion?
Not yet. So I was just going to say, as detailed in the staff report with the adjustments in regards to the 9 and under units, waive the first reading of the ordinance amending chapter 17.725 of the municipal code relating to the affordable housing program.
Second.
Margaret?
An ordinance amending chapter 17.725 of the Brentwood Municipal Code, affordable housing. And I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay. Moving on to item D2, pertains to amendments to the Priority Area 1 specific plan. And Joshua Ewan will present on the item. Josh?
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council members. Joshua Ewan, Senior Analyst with Economic Development. I have joining me today 2 of our consultants, and you'll see their names pop up on the screen. I'll introduce them in a minute. I just want to let them have an opportunity to join as panelists. Thank you for your time this evening. This is a momentous and exciting time in the terms of economic development for the city of Brentwood and what the future of the priority area 1 specific plan area looks like in terms of creating a next generation business park. And so we've been engaged with the full city council over the last 2 years to not only flush out and enhance the existing 2018 PA1 specific plan, but also to get this project not only shovel ready with the dedication of $25 million in infrastructure money from the current city council. So thank you for that. Makes projects much more viable in the PA1 area. In addition, we have been actively marketing this project not only nationally, regionally, and throughout the state of California. Actually, we just launched our initiative in Site Selection Magazine, which is an international level magazine to attract jobs and commercial development into Brentwood. And so we're kicking that off with your guidance and your direction over the last 2 years or so. And so we're happy to continue the work on your behalf. So with me, I am joined by Ryan Call with ELS Urban Fuel Studio. You may remember him 2 years ago. The city council had hired his firm at that time to engage with the community and hold multiple town halls and to create a innovation center master plan. And it was really an illustrative plan and created a high quality vision for what Brentwood could be and for your economic development team and property owners to go out and market the PA1 to the region and nationally. In addition, Ben Ritchie with De Novo Planning Consultants was your original 2018 PA1 specific plan consultant and your EIR consultant. So we have a great team. We have all the background when it comes to what was developed with the 2018 plan. This council and members of the current council were involved in that working group and actually approved the original 2018 plan. So from an economic development staff person working for the city, thank you for all the efforts that you've made, because really it's allowed me and our team to go out and market and create some possible economic development opportunities here in Brentwood. We are currently working with some potential commercial related economic development targets, and some of the outcomes that may come to this plan would possibly result in positive outcomes for the city of Brentwood over time. So with that, we are coming back to you with a specific plan amendment and related actions for CEQA and a technical ordinance for a rezone to modify some of the plans and exhibits. First off, thank you. This package is a large package, a lot of details. We wanted to be very transparent with the community and the public, as well as the council, about the entire history, as well as why certain items were changed. And we understand we can't necessarily answer all the questions, and we appreciate the council's involvement and attention to detail, and we'll be glad to answer your questions as we move through our presentation. This plan is in itself, it's only a plan. So we're creating a high quality plan that already exists. We're doing some modifications to make it a little bit more market ready. And we are, as a city, through the city council's direction, self-initiating the project. And so we just wanted to point that out. We are not considering a actual project at this time. Any particular project, whether it's commercial or residential development that's contemplated within the specific plan or the AR, would have been analyzed for its merits through the city planning process as well against CEQA. So I'll go ahead and jump into the first slide here. So Mayor, council members, does that look good to you?
It does.
Thank you, sir. So kicking it off, as mentioned, the 2018 Priority Area 1 specific plan really builds upon a 20-year vision for the city of Brentwood to become a planned employment center and the future hubs for jobs and housing to jobs balance in Brentwood. The whole idea is to create economic development opportunities on this side of our this side of the hill that we don't have Brentwood residents commuting out of town. And so this land area allows flexibility and opportunities to be able to attract the market to Brentwood. So after some initial actions, the city, through the city councils at those periods of time, actually included the Priority Area 1 PEC designation in the city general plan, both in 2012 and 2014. And then in October of, sorry, let me move this out of my way here. In October 16th of 2018, the Planning Commission held a public hearing in regards to PA1, including recommending the City Council at that time had approved the environmental impact report and adopt the PA1 specific plan and those related actions. Then the City Council in November of 2018 adopted the Priority Area 1 specific plan and certified the EIR. In October of 2019, the City Council and the Planning Commission held a joint special meeting with the with city staff, as well as the Urban Land Institute Technical Assistance Panel, which included a variety of commercial developers, consultants, commercial brokers, investors, engineers, landscape architects, and economists. And that group did a thorough analysis of the Priority Area 1 specific plan and recommended specific actions to the council to put a plan in motion to help enhance the existing 2018 Priority Area 1 specific plan. On March of 24 of 2020, the City Council then received that report and filed the ULI TAP panel recommendations, as well as approved the Priority Area 1 specific plan action plan, which included creating a master plan for the overall development site and creating a marketing plan for the vision for the site, as well as looking at potential financing options to create opportunities for new infrastructure rollout and development. Sorry. During that same time, the City Council provided direction and approval through a City Council action to approve the contract with ELS Consulting to develop the master plan. So we're out through city staff holding public workshops in mid to late 2020 and attracting community involvement, community interest, and also bringing all those findings and moving plans through different various routes and through city departments. And then finally, we came back on January 13th of 2021 to a special meeting workshop where we received the report for the Innovation Center, and the City Council provided feedback related to the master plan for the Innovation Center. So I mentioned briefly a little bit about community outreach. We, as staff, created a project website, which received 400 documented public comments, which are still available today. So there was quite a bit of community engagement and public participation. Additionally, we hosted 3 virtual town halls, one in September of 2020, one in November of 2020, and then one in April of 2021. We also had a live web survey on the Innovation Center website. We also met with all the PA1 property owners regarding the master plan, in addition with ELS, our master plan consultant. And we also hosted one-on-one meetings with regional agencies such as BART, Contra Costa Transportation Authority, Tri-Delta Transit, Brentwood Unified School District, and East Contra Costa Fire District at that time. And what we arrived at was a very nice, high quality plan that helped develop some of the potential opportunities for the Priority Area 1 specific plan, and also resulted in a prospective marketing tool for economic development. And what the Innovation Center master plan really was a roadmap to a next generation business park that included a mixed use campus with transit and community connectivity. It's also, as I mentioned, a marketing tool for economic development, investment and jobs attraction into PA1. So as we wrapped all this up, we provided City Council on the left side of your screen, a illustrative master plan, which Ryan will talk more about. And we also provided a concept land use plan. And at the meeting of May 11th, 2021, the City Council approved the concept design as previously shown and directed staff to proceed with the next phases of the project. And in the staff report at that time, we received direction from the City Council to update the Priority Area 1 specific plan to reflect that Innovation Center master plan, which we are doing tonight after about a year's worth of work, as well as finalizing a marketing plan, which is active and underway at this time. So tonight's agenda item includes, as I mentioned, a lot of background information and a lot of pages to the priority area 1 specific plan showing the changes as well as the original document. And so what you'll see are text amendments, exhibits, and policy recommendations that will be included in the specific plan, and also related actions that are documented in the staff report. We are relying on the 2018 environmental impact report as the baseline document, and I'll have Ben Ritchie talk us through that a little bit, as well as this update isn't intended to be an exhaustive update to the priority area 1 specific plan. It really reflects the Innovation Center and the guidance that we received from council thus far, as well as community feedback to what the priority area 1 specific plan could be if we added some enhancements to it and modified some of the land uses and potential opportunities there. So I'd like to introduce again Ryan Call with ELS Urban Field Studio to come and walk us through some of the concept designs and what went into the progress since the 2018 Priority Area 1 specific plan was originally approved. So Ryan?
Great. Thank you, Josh. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. So council members, Honorable Mayor, thank you very much for your time tonight. And what we'll do is a brief kind of recap. It's been about a year and a couple months since we had this conversation last about the enhancements that we did to the PA1 specific plan. And so I'll be excited to take your questions. And there was a lot of thinking kind of behind all of our moves. But tonight we'll do a brief overview. We'll talk about the design modifications, which were really a nip and tuck to bring it in alignment with the specific plan. And then we'll go into the build out comparisons in CEQA. Next slide. So just to kind of put in the back of your mind a refresher, the guiding principles that got us to where we were in 2021. So number one, every design decision that we made throughout the process had a prime directive of make it so that we can elevate Brentwood's opportunity to compete and attract employers to the city of Brentwood. So that's kind of the overriding. We always went back to that statement to make sure that every move we were making was really in the interest of bringing commercial jobs, employment centers. The second part of the master plan vision is we have to communicate in a way that people can understand very quickly what the potential is for development in Brentwood. And this is really important when you have maybe only 15 minutes of CEO's time to really communicate, here's what's possible. So that was really one of the predominant purposes of the vision, master plan vision. Leverage your strengths. So there are a lot of things that are working for Brentwood. There's some things that are working against Brentwood. And so to really play up all of your strengths to give you the best possible chance, we looked at what are the highlights of your community, and we did everything we could to integrate those both physically, socially into the plan. And then the last one is design for health and wellness. This is, coming out of COVID, hopefully, our health and wellness, social, mental health, all of those factors are huge priority for employers today because it means better results, better productivity, and better retainment. So instead of trying to modify a 30-year-old building to achieve these things, they have the opportunity to do it from scratch. And so we presented the vision that helped them imagine what that could look like. Next slide. So key modifications. The beautiful thing about the PA1 specific plan in 2018 is it gave us plenty of ingredients. We had kind of the diversity we needed, we had the quantities we needed, and they aligned very well with what's economically feasible in Brentwood. And so what we did is we reorganized them to really maximize and use the vision to maximize location, connectivity, and wellness. And then we looked at land use strategies, and the key word is strategies, to help leverage different land uses to both reflect trends in innovation center design that are going around the country and will be at your competitors' sites, but also to help ease the impact on costs to develop the commercial properties themselves. Next slide. So just a quick overview, there's going to be 3 slides that are coming up, and they will step by step walk through how we got from 2018 to today, 2022. This slide shows the 18 and the 22 next to each other, but let's go to the next slide, Josh. So step 1, 2018 on the left shows a little bit more of a traditional layout of uses. Things are segregated. And it's as a result, not as walkable and a little bit not as experiential. And so to bring that in alignment with a lot of the innovation concepts around the country, we studied concepts that are being done here in California, Texas, all over the Oklahoma City and other places where you're going to compete for these opportunities. So on the right, there's a few key moves that we did to reorganize the land uses on the left. Number one was Streets of Brentwood. That's a great amenity. It has a lot of the things that innovation centers, your competing innovation centers are trying to create from scratch, but you've already got it in place. You've got the retail, the cinema, the restaurants, all of those things. So the first move was to take the residential parcel just north of Streets of Brentwood and turn that into a corporate campus site or an academic campus, but basically change that land use to ECLI. The second big move is you'll notice there's a little bit of an absence of green on the left. And so not that that wouldn't be part of the plan, but we needed to visually communicate where those key moments could be in our vision. And so we created along bordering the adjacency of Sand Creek on the north side and south side of Sand Creek, just north of Streets of Brentwood was an idea. We called it Majora Park at the time. And then on the left, we have the Innovation Drive, which is just off of Hydorn, and that opens up views from Hydorn into the heart of the mixed-use campus there. So placemaking enhancements is really important. The empowering commuting by bike or foot. So the one thing Brentwood and Antioch has in abundance is housing. And what we and a lot of employers are looking for that resource to attract employees. So rather than just focus our site areas and what's on our site, we wanted to make sure that all of the housing that's already been built, that's already part of your community, becomes integral with the site itself. And so our enhanced connectivity both creates an improved connectivity through the site, as well as integrating those exterior streets to flow right in and through at a slower speed. And then consolidate number 5, Josh, if you could circle the transit station overlay. One thing we noticed when we looked at the PA1 specific plan is, yes, there was a larger area for transit station overlays, but essentially each one of those sites would require somebody to drive in. If there wasn't a parking spot, they'd drive back out, drive to the next site. And if they didn't get that one, they'd have to drive down to Sand Creek or, up the Lone Tree, down and around, which might make a lot of folks irate. So we decided to concentrate the transit station on the east side of Highway 4, which is a bit more convenient to the bulk of Brentwood residents, and then utilize a structured parking approach so that we could take care of the parking demand, but in a way that doesn't use up use up a significant quantity of land that you want to really reserve for the ECLI land uses. And then the last one, which will feed into the next slide, is we want to relocate housing in key locations. So next slide, Josh. So starting with the left side, or actually we'll start with, the left side. So if you look at the Majora parcel, and we talked about this before, we basically, the adjacency to Streets of Brentwood is golden, and that needed to be prioritized for the ECLI. So we changed that color from orange to purple. Taking that orange quantity of housing, we then shifted that to be on the west side of the freeway. And what this does is, and we integrated it around a key public space, which is the Innovation Park. And this tells a potential employer, one of the questions they'll ask is, do you have housing for to attract or to house our younger staff? Well, the multifamily, very high density housing unit range is perfect for townhomes or small apartments, things that do relate or are attractive to younger folks and are currently not in a lot of abundance in the Brentwood community. So those kind of being key components to marry with the ECLI campuses, we redistributed that housing to be more equally distributed amongst the ECLI. That then allows the walkability to be greatly improved for those folks that choose to set up shop on the west side of the freeway. The other one was we were aware that Costco was a possible pursuit. And so the idea of having a tenant like that in your community is a huge asset when looking for potential employers. It says a lot about your community and the demographics and the population. And then it's also a really important resource for potential employers. So we took the land area north of the McCollum Trail, and we shifted that housing focus south onto the Innovation Park. And there's a special feature on that particular housing that we'll talk about later, which incorporates a local business office opportunity along the enhanced parkway. So next slide.
Yeah, and Ryan, I will point out, and thank you for the comment about the regional commercial change north of McCallum Drive. So at the time that we show the City Council, the Innovation Center Master Plan, we were working with a number of large format regional commercial users. And at that time, we saw that there was an opportunity to present the City Council with a chance to capture an economic development regional commercial type use that would fill the gaps in retail as well as generate possible sales tax. It happened that Costco had contacted us after that time and got serious and submitted a development application in January. So just wanted to make sure that was clear for the record. But thank you, Ryan, for pointing that out.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we hope this master plan does, is procure opportunities by showing how it can be done. And so that was something that I think adds a lot to the plan. Next slide. So after we presented the 2021 plan, it's a specific plan is a far more involved document. And there's a lot more technicality and specificity to it, which will allow Ben to go into a little later. But some of the minor changes that we incorporated into the specific plan was starting with number 1 on the right there. Basically, what we're looking at is using the creek as everything, all of the public open space for the campus north of the creek would be part of the ECLI land use, something that they would envision. But then on the south side of the creek, which is kind of a natural divider, we would have an expansion of the sand, kind of a moment along the Sand Creek Trail. And it's about similar in proportion to your McLaren Park in your community. So it's sizable for small events and performances and things. It's about 3.2 acres. So that also feeds into the Jeffrey Way Trail, which goes up to McCollum. It also heads west over to the extension of the Sand Creek Trail, ties into our McCollum Loop. So we're trying to make this kind of the bike pedestrian trail capital of the East Bay, which I think we're going to do better than any other office development anywhere nearby. So, which leads in the comment to pedestrian bike traffic only across McCollum Trail. The great thing about a large regional retail asset is it provides an attraction beyond your city's boundaries and a great service for residents. But it also could mean a fair bit of traffic for the residential uses that are here on site. And so the crossing across the McCollum Trail, basically you have this touchdown from the overpass over Highway 4. We didn't want a bunch of congestion and traffic there, bogging that up. So we decided to use a bike and pedestrian crossing over the McCollum going north to Lone Tree rather than a roadway. Number 3, mixed use allows retail to be integrated into residential land use. So at the south end of the Innovation Drive is meant to be this really important moment. It's this moment where we have either a brewery, a mixed use residential project, something that really grabs your attention. It's at the intersection of Cole Ranch, Hydorn, Innovation Drive, and it becomes a really important node. So we switched that from a regional commercial land use, which is shown on the left in 2021, to something a bit more urban and compatible, I think, with the uses on Innovation Drive. Lastly, just to make sure that we don't exceed the number of housing units that were in the 2018 specific plan, We moved the transit-oriented land use to a slightly lower density, the multifamily, very high density. So next slide. So this is kind of just building off of some of the concepts we already talked about. Connectivity was a huge focus in our public outreach. It became very clear very quickly that the community doesn't want to just drive by the Innovation Center, but they want to feel like they're part of it. The streets need to serve their needs as well. And kind of the side benefit that's really important to this is there will be a real authenticity to the flow and traffic on the streets within the Innovation Center. It's part of your city, just like your downtown facilitates all kinds of paths and directions and trips. The Innovation Center needs to do that too. Next slide. But a key component of that, as I mentioned earlier, is speed. All of the streets have been designed for 20 to 25 miles an hour. These connectors through the Innovation Street are meant to be kind of your classic urban streets, but with enhanced bike and pedestrian facilities. But the idea is that the car is coexisting peacefully with bikes and pedestrians at slower speeds, but you still provide a real rational path to get from one end to the other. Next slide. The bike network, again, this is something where when Josh and your team goes out to market the project, they basically say you have the best bike and trail network you're going to find anywhere, not to mention beautiful scenery, Mount Diablo, and wine resources and fruits. So this diagram becomes very important to illustrate just how Brentwood has taken very seriously the concept of wellness and how to get around on bike and foot, in addition to facilitating the car. It also communicates the green areas, communicate the kind of special events along those trails and those bike networks, which are the Innovation Park and the Majora Sand Creek Park down by Streets of Brentwood. Next slide. So I spoke to this a little bit before, but basically we need an enhanced address, something that when somebody markets or sets up their shop in Brentwood, there's a fabulous public open space that tells a story about being able to socialize, hang out with friends, recreation, wellness, and an alternative to spending all day in your car. And so having kind of a special parkway moment here on Innovation Park Drive is one example of that. Next slide. So specifically to that concept, we introduced this idea of the Innovation Park. And the park itself is about 80 feet wide, and it's I think 500 or 600 feet long. And the concept there is all the folks are going to want that address. And you don't want to give up that really important amenity too quickly or to the first developer. You want to leverage the value of that address and that amenity to attract 3, 4, 5 employers to your city. And so by creating the length, it allows us to have more of those folks claim that amenity and also have that amenity serve their workforce. Now, the narrow dimension of this amenity is so that when you have your economy supports about 3-story buildings, it's going to be really tough to go any taller than that. And by having a slightly narrower space, that allows those buildings to have a really powerful presence. And when you think about college campuses or places where the buildings are 3 or 4 stories tall, having a not too big but kind of right-sized public space allows those buildings to have a strong presence. And that's actually one of the key things that an employer is going to care about is the perception of their address being really important. Next slide. And we can come back to these slides and discuss some more detail. So just a few examples or a couple examples of this. Bay Meadows in San Mateo, it's a great example. The buildings are 3 and 4 stories, very similar height. You're not going to have the 2 levels of underground parking. Their economy barely supports that, and Brentwood isn't quite there yet. But what we can learn from how they do their planning is that their public spaces are right-sized for an employment setting. They're not vast, they're not empty, but their reasonably sized crowds or even small crowds will help them feel alive and vibrant, which is key to attracting that younger workforce and also retainment and staff happiness. So the Bay Meadows 2 is almost built out over in San Mateo, and that's just always worth a drive. And then on the upper slide there, the Google Westside Pavilion, believe it or not, this was a shopping center that Gensler transformed into a pretty exciting innovation campus. And again, to make that amenity more relevant to a larger number of people and more accessible, it's a linear arrangement of space. Next slide. So on the east side, we're demonstrating something a little different. And you know, one of the opportunities is more of a campus setting. And so when you look to academic campuses like UC Merced or you know, some of the Google campuses, the proportions of public open space, they're vibrant, they're dense, they're active, but they're in scale with the density of the buildings and the activity of the buildings. And so what we did here was we modeled a campus that spans both sides of Sand Creek, and it's probably in total about 6 acres of public open space, kind of split half and half. And then you'll notice that between, Josh, if you could scratch just on the left side, the green space heads north. That ties directly into Jeffrey Lane and the bike path along that. So we're trying to activate this social common area with all kinds of vectors from the Sand Creek, from the streets of Brentwood, from Jeffrey Way. And it does two things. It enlivens the space, but it also it makes it a space that's both about the community and about the workforce that you're trying to bring to the community. Next slide. These are some examples of UC Merced, the Innovation Center, which was just completed in Irvine, the Workday campus in Pleasanton. And these are basically the postcard images that they put in front of prospective employees when they recruit and say, you know, we can deliver a really wonderful quality of life. And so we've modeled the Innovation Center examples around some of the best in class that we could find. And so, Josh, I'll hand it back to you and Ben.
Great, thank you, Ryan. Really appreciate all of your time and walking us through in the city council for the city council benefit and the community's benefit. So I'll go into a little bit more of the technical details of how the changes relate to the specific plan or the recommended changes from the Innovation Center Master Plan. Just a quick note, everything that we're seeing here in terms of illustrative planning, architectural design, these are very aspirational designs, and we want this opportunity to come to Brentwood, but at the end of the day, it's gonna be driven by market and economics. And so we actually did engage with a professional outside economics firm during the Innovation Center Master Plan, and they spoke to the council at those particular town halls and meetings about what that may look like. And so what does come to the market will be uniquely Brentwood. It'll be done to our development standards, whether it's for private development for commercial or residential projects, or whether it comes down to parks development and working with your city parks department to approve public space projects. So I do want to walk through some of the acreage comparisons and why we are seeing a change in overall acreage based on the Innovation Center plan, and then also some of those minor changes from the 2021 Innovation Center proposed plan and where we are today. So ECLI is our Employment Center Light Industrial. This is a commercial only designation, and it is geared towards Class A office, which is a high class of office development type, geared towards technology, research and development, bio-life sciences, biomanufacturing, advanced manufacturing, and some very light industrial light manufacturing type uses. And so you see a reduction here due to a inclusion of the recreational amenity, which is part of the overall campus vision and build out of the campus as a whole. So there was a reduction for ECLI, and we can walk through those projections and that were included in the staff report. Transit Village, which is now being proposed to be labeled as Transit Village Mixed Use because of the commercial components linked with residential development, does decrease. And that's because we saw, as Ryan had pointed out, we're getting a reduction in Transit Village Mixed Use in lieu of regional commercial to create economic development opportunities for commercial retailers. And then we're getting some reallocation of Transit Village Mixed Use into multifamily high density residential. At the end of the day, we'll have 18 acres of mixed use product, which we'll be able to leverage through our economic development efforts to make sure that as residential developers come forward, we would insist that high quality commercial retail services are included in terms of a mixed use package. And we'll make sure that that's a nice amenity to the future business park if that were to occur based on market conditions. Regional commercial, which in the 2018 plan was generally built out, does see an expansion for that future economic development opportunity north of McCollum. So that's a representation of about 15 acres. As shown in one of Ryan's slide, we are increasing multifamily high density residential by about 12 acres to offset the net loss of Transit Village mixed use. And so really, when you look at the densities, it's a slight reduction in overall residential density, as well as we're removing the commercial component to make it a standalone residential product that's still within a less than half-mile walking distance to a future BART station that would be potentially in the center median of Highway 4. High density residential, which is primarily on the east side of Highway 4, does not change, other than some minor calculations with how we ran the overall numbers, but generally it's about the same. Public facilities, which was geared towards consideration of a fire station, does not change. There is flexibility for the city council, and there have been previous discussions to possibly turn that into a public amenity, public park. And so the specific plan does reflect the ability for the council to develop this as a park based on your direction and will, as well as financial resources, should you like to do that. A big takeaway, and we want to make sure that the council and the community we're answering the questions when it comes to the transit station overlay. Most definitely, we are planning for the potential of a transit station, as well as what we call multimodal transit connectivity, which could include a future BART station, which would be a e-BART extension from the BART Antioch station to the McCollum station in Brentwood. And there's been a lot of history, and we'd be glad to go through that with you. Should you have any specific questions, all the detail of why the recommended changes are in the report. For brevity, I'll keep to that, but I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have. The transit station overlay does, in the 2018 plan, does overlay over ECLI, so commercial only. And so the current plan allocated 20 acres. And so the recommended change is to 6.6 acres of net development area for a transit station. What that means is it releases about 14 acres for ECLI and about 250,000 square feet of potential jobs generating uses, which could be a solid number of jobs and what could be a good quality commercial footprint if it's available based on the market. In addition, as Ryan had mentioned, we are adding recreational amenity, which represents generally about 5 acres per 1,000 residents. It's not exact based on the overall numbers. Actual park development and park fees will occur with residential development. So as they come online, there will be amenities planned and programmed with your Parks Department leading the charge in those efforts. So in recap of the changes, I have 3 general slides to work through in terms of policy and what it means to the community in terms of these changes. So first, when it comes to commercial development, we are, as a city, prioritizing and optimizing the use of bare land for commercial development within the ECLI, Employment Center Light Industrial, and regional commercial RC land use designations. And actually, when we ran the analysis, the commercial only designations, as proposed in this amended specific plan, will include a net gain of 1.33 acres between those 2 uses alone. Even though we've added recreational amenity and that sort of thing. That will generate 3.5 million square feet of commercial in the projected build out model using the same methodology that was included, and Ben will walk us through from the 2018 EIR. We're placing a high level of importance on the development of PA1 really as that Class A office, technology, medical, life sciences hub. This is an innovation district. We want to position the land uses to reflect that. Some of the potential land uses that were considered in the 2018 plan that were included in your staff report under Chapter 4, the land use table. There are some modifications and red lines that do limit some of the more intensive freight in related industries, such as freight parking, e-commerce, and logistics. And so we're recommending a move away from that and more of a focus on a plan that really talks about a next generation business park that would be complementary to the residential and skills and abilities of our resident workforce, our labor force here in Brentwood. And all of the recommended changes are consistent in the specific plan with general plan policies as indicated in the staff report. On the housing side, the 2018 specific plan, based on a mid-range projection in the EIR, assumed that 2,041 dwelling units could be created in the plan boundary. We are projecting, and with some minor tweaks to make sure that we're still compliant with council policy and discussion over the last couple of years related to housing creation as well as state law, that the same projected amount of dwelling units is included in the projected plan at 2,041. With doing that, we've actually been able to have some efficiency by reducing residential land uses from 106 acres to 99 acres, which will be reallocated to other uses in the plan area. And then lastly, the transit station and transit village, just to quickly run through these. We are recommending to continue the priority area 1 policies that incorporate and prioritize transit and multimodal connectivity in the plan area. The 6.6 acre transit station site that Ryan showed you is based on the Antioch BART model, which includes a transit hub, bus lanes, drop off, and surface parking of about 300 and so odd stalls, with an option to park the structure at up to 4 levels for 1,000 stalls potentially. Now it would be a rather large structure, but it could accommodate that, and that would be the initial rollout that Antioch BART, I believe, received in terms of overall parking stalls. It's also the number that's indicated in the PA1 specific plan EIR. We did run an analysis today. 90% of the housing units that are created within PA1, just in terms of just planned, are located within a half mile of the transit station. So that's an easy walk or bicycle ride to the McCallamy Trail up into the transit station, which would be potentially on the east side of the highway, or to a center median BART, which would be the projected configuration on Highway 4. And as I had mentioned, 18.4 acres of transit village are within that quarter to half mile radius. And those would be a mixed use type with commercial and residential integrated. Really, a unique product. It would be unique for Brentwood. But if there are opportunities and there are commercial mixed use developers out there, we would be sure to be talked to them to make sure that we get a quality level of development here in Brentwood. Ben Ritchie with De Novo Planning to walk us through the PA1 projections model and also outline some of the items related to CEQA and housing and the housing element. So Ben, if you have a couple minutes.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Josh. And good
Thank you.
evening, Mayor and council members. So before I dive into kind of the detailed nuts and bolts of some of the spreadsheets you see on your screen today, I just want to provide a little bit of context. So when we worked with the city back in 2017, 2018 to develop the original PA1 specific plan, it was helping to implement the city's general plan. And shortly after adoption of the specific plan, the city actually nominated this project for an award with the California American Planning Association. And this was an award-winning plan in terms of economic development, housing, transit-oriented development. So we're very proud of the work we did in 2018. And having done this for upwards of 20 years now, it is really neat to be able to come back and watch the city take a second pass at a really high-quality plan and bring in firms like ELS, Urban Land Institute, do some additional economic analysis, And just on a personal note, I feel really good about the plan, the revisions that you have in front of you today. It took a very, very good specific plan that was going to work quite well for the city of Brentwood. And I believe we've really taken things to the next level with these revisions and this refinement, this vision for the Innovation Center Master Plan. So I really want to commend the council on the additional work you've done to take what was a quality product, take it to the next level that's going to take us into our 21st economy and economic development opportunities. So my role on this project is a little bit more boring. It's less inspirational. It's more the nuts and bolts aspects of things. So the two spreadsheets you have before you today provide comparative projections for what was originally analyzed in the 2018 PA1 specific plan in terms of growth projections. That's the upper table. And the lower table provides growth projections for the revised plan that's before you today. And so what we did back in 2018 when we were preparing the environmental impact report is we built a growth calculation model using Excel. And so what we did is we developed a series of assumptions in terms of growth potential for each land use designation within the PA1 specific plan. And on my next slide, I'll walk you through what those assumptions are. But essentially what we did is we retained the calculator from 2018. And then when we saw the updated land use acreages and slight modifications and revisions and refinements to the plan, we plugged the updated acreages into the exact same growth projection model calculator that had been developed for the original plan. So we really wanted to provide an apples to apples comparison using the exact same set of assumptions. So I want to preface this by saying when we're dealing with, 290 plus or minus acres, we're talking about land use designations. There's no crystal ball for exactly what will be developed. So in good planning practice, we develop realistic ground truth assumptions for the type of growth we might expect with these land use designations. And we do our environmental analysis based on those assumptions. So using the exact same growth model calculator, we took the updated acreage. We got the exact same output in terms of total projected dwelling units using, again, the same assumptions. We see a slight reduction of about 300,000 square feet. It's less than 10% of projected non-residential square footage. The residential population, even though there's the exact same unit count projections, our residential population has actually gone up slightly. This is due to differences in the types of units that are projected to be built. So with the high density residential at a slightly lower density than Transit Village and the very high density, we were projecting to have fewer persons per household just on the assumption that we'd get slightly smaller units. So that explains the slight discrepancy between identical unit counts and slightly different population projections. And then the employment projections are tied to the non-residential square footage. And then as you'll see in these tables, we made certain assumptions in terms of the breakdown of office development, regional commercial, business park, and light industrial across the various non-residential land use categories. Next slide, please. So in terms of the inputs that went into the two calculator spreadsheets that you saw on the previous page, for the high density residential development land use category, we assumed the mid-range of density. So high density allows for 10 to 20 dwelling units an acre. We used 15 as our calculator projection for the purposes of the environmental impact report. And we assumed 3.2 persons per household, which is the Department of Finance's reported average household size for Brentwood. Moving into the multifamily, very high density residential, it has a allowed density range of 15 to 35 dwelling units an acre. Again, we use 25 as the mid-range for that. And being that these were slightly higher density, we expected a slightly different demographic mix. So we assumed two persons per residential dwelling unit for this land use category. Moving into the Transit Village mixed use, this allows residential densities at a range of 25 to 40 units per acre. And so for our housing projections, again, we landed on the mid-range, which was 32 dwelling units per acre. However, given that Transit Village mixed use does allow for commercial and residential, we assumed that 50% of the available acreage would be developed with residential housing units, and the other 50% of the available acreage would be developed with non-residential commercial office type uses at a floor area ratio of 0.75. And again, being at the higher densities, we assumed two persons per household. So this will explain some of the differences between the exact same unit counts and slightly different population projections. For regional commercial, we assumed 100% would be developed with regional commercial uses at a floor area ratio of 0.45. For the ECLI, we assumed a 0.45 floor area ratio, and that was a 40% light industrial and 60% business park use. So with some of the revisions of the innovation master plan being incorporated into the specific plan, our hope is that we'll lean more towards that higher end Class A R&D type development, but we wanted to make sure we did an apples to apples comparison using the exact same calculators. For the public facilities, we assumed a fire station that could easily be replaced with a park or some other public facility at the discretion of the council. And the original PA1 specific plan did not have open space or recreational amenity as a mapped land use. We had been relying on private property development of on-site park and open space resources, which put the city a little bit at risk of not getting contiguous, linked, cohesive parks and open space amenities. So I feel that the addition of the recreational amenity as a land use designation puts you on a much stronger track to ensure that you're going to get parks and trails and pathways and bike lanes that are going to be consistent with your Parks and Recs master plan, are going to provide better connectivity and linkages, and overall work much better for the city, and not leave it as a case-by-case decision on where open space amenities are provided kind of piecemeal on individual parcels. And lastly, on this slide, we made some projections in terms of job growth. So again, it's an art more than a science. So based on the some economic information throughout the greater Bay Area region and communities similar and analogous to Brentwood, we assumed that there would be 1 employee per every 250 square feet of office space, 1 employee for every 550 square feet of regional commercial, 1 employee for every 400 square feet of business park, and 1 employee for every 750 feet of light industrial uses. So again, depending on the type of actual tenants and development that you get, these numbers could flex one way or the other, but these were straight face kind of ground truth assumptions to make for the purposes of the environmental analysis. Next slide, please. So, understanding the housing climate regulations policies, a lot of the top-down regulation coming from Sacramento right now, we knew making sure we accounted for residential considerations as part of this specific plan update proposal was going to be very important. So again, consistent with policy provided in the general plan, and I know the council's had a lot of discussion on individual projects, we use the mid-range residential densities for the projections of residential growth. This is consistent with the assumptions used in your general plan and its EIR, as well as the original PA1 specific plan and its EIR from 2018. That document was a program level EIR, which was certified for the PA1 specific plan back in 2018. And as Josh mentioned earlier, as you get subsequent development projects and applications within the specific plan area, what the city will need to do is do a review under CEQA to determine if what the proposed uses are consistent with the assumptions and analysis in the EIR, and determine if there are any peculiar or site-specific impacts that need to be analyzed at a greater level of detail. But overall, having a programmatic level for PA1 is going to provide you with tremendous streamlining benefits under CEQA and make this a very shovel-ready project in terms of the onerous burden that CEQA can sometimes impose upon development project. And so lastly, given that the EIR used an assumption of 2,041 total dwelling units at build out, if 10, 15 years down the road, you find yourselves hitting or potentially exceeding these numbers with a development application, you may need to go back and do additional CEQA or environmental review to make sure that you've adequately addressed the environmental impacts of build out that may exceed the assumptions used in the EIR. Next slide, please. And then again, as the council is aware, the city is in the process of preparing your housing element update for the 6th cycle. You have your RENA numbers. And while I'm not personally involved in the development of your housing element, overall, what we've done with these PA1 specific plan amendments is assure that there's no net loss in residential development potential. So as your housing element is developed and you're brought forward with opportunity sites, there are equal number of unit potential yields within PA1 as what you had previously. So this doesn't set you back in any way in meeting your new onerous state requirements for affordable housing, moderate and lower income housing requirements required by state housing law. Next slide, please. So in terms of the environmental analysis, what we've done for this document is prepared an addendum to the PA1 specific plan environmental impact report, which was adopted and certified in November of 2018. Essentially what you have is the exact same project boundary. The project area has not changed. You have the same mix of land uses. We've seen minor adjustments to the acreage of each of those land uses, but there's no overall change in the types of development or the overall development maximum build out potential associated with this project. So we have the exact same number of residential units projected. We have a modest decrease in the total square footage of non-residential development, all within the umbrella of the same project area footprint. And so what we determined through our CEQA addendum analysis was that there would be no new or more severe or significant environmental impacts associated with this proposed update than what was analyzed under the umbrella of the previous EIR. And as I mentioned previously, future projects will be analyzed to determine consistency with that EIR. Next slide, please. And Josh, I'll hand it back to you.
Great, thank you, Ben. So that'll wrap it up, Council. We do have a recommendation for you this evening. At the conclusion of the public hearing, we would be glad to, obviously we're gonna answer questions and then open up the public hearing. And we'll provide additional feedback if there's items that we think as a council may need additional time and direction. We can certainly do that, but we at this point are ready to move forward with a full plan with your approval and direction. So our recommendation this evening is to approve a resolution approving an addendum to the environmental impact report prepared for the priority area 1 specific plan, which was certified by the city of Brentwood on November 13, 2018, as well as approving the specific plan amendment SPA 2020-22001 for the priority area 1 PA1 specific plan, and 2, an ordinance approving a rezone RZ 22-001 and amending the Brentwood Municipal Code, chapter 17.295. That concludes our report. Thank you for your time this evening. We'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Mayor, that was a very lengthy. Can we take a 5-minute break and to stretch and if the rest of the council?
If council is good with that, we can do that. I see thumbs up. Okay, we will adjourn for 5 minutes. We'll be right back. At this time, we will reconvene from a short recess and go into clarifying questions of staff. Council Member Rarey.
Yes, I've got quite a few. So voters approved Regional Measure 3 in 2018. Among the projects listed was the East Contra Costa Transit Center, $15 million. Was to fund the construction of that, as well as the McCollum Bike Trail pedestrian overcrossing. Can you tell me, can staff tell me how much of the money was used towards the bridge and how much will be available for the transit center?
Thank you, Councilmember Rarey. So Mickey Saboto, your city engineer, may have more information, but I do have a note from him. He says that according to Contra Costa Transit Authority's quarterly project status report from January to March of 2022, the project is funded by approximately $11 million in Regional Measure 3 funding, and that is for the McCollum Bike Trail and pedestrian overcrossing. In terms of how much remains, we don't have that particular information, but we could find out more information from CCTA and the State Route 4 Bypass Authority.
Okay, yeah, because if it's 11 million, that leaves 4 million to help us to do part of the transit center, you know, and get that started, that transit stations set up. So ECLI zoning allows for complementary retail service foods within the zone. Since many of those listed in the permitted or conditional use permit or not at all within the list that you provided to us, how do we ensure that ECLI land is built out as planned for high quality, high paying jobs and not as accessory usages? Can we set a percentage up such as no more than 5% or 10% of a parcel can be developed as an accessory use?
Good question, Councilmember Rarey. I do see Alexis Morris, our development or community development director, here available to us, and so we can take additional direction. Certainly, I do have the land use table up from Chapter 4 of the project priority area 1 specific plan, so we can look at that as well. And if there's particular accessory uses that you would like additional information about, we can certainly look at that. So
I've got that whole list, and that'll come during discussion.
Okay, thank you.
During our May 11th meeting last year, and I went and listened to the entire thing again, I had great concern regarding the changeover of general commercial or of our transit village over to regional commercial. And with losing that amount, instead of keeping the amount that we currently have there, instead it came back again with carving out more. And now we're over 50% of our transit center or our transit village has been eliminated. And it's really not even a transit village. You have mixed use, but in reality, you've got multifamily, very high density residential there next to general commercial. So you've changed the entire dynamic of that area. And while I understand that that you say that there's not a market for it, I just don't understand how you've changed a direction that we kind of said we wanted to stay at the last meeting, and then just said, yeah, we don't care, we're going to change it anyway. So why is it that moved forward that way?
Sure. So I just want to make sure that I understand the question. So was the question of why we changed Transit Village mixed use to regional commercial?
No, I understand that part. You explained that. I want to, and what you've said is vertical mixed use or our transit village as we envisioned it, as the 12 people who sat down for a year, and then the city council spent another, year of multiple meetings looking at this transit village, that all of a sudden it was like, no, we don't care what all those people said that wanted the vertical, that wanted the 14-foot sidewalks, that wanted a walkable, vibrant city. And instead, we're going to give you horizontal, and we're going to provide you with mixed use, which is really general commercial, or as your new term is, neighborhood retail commercial. And let's get rid of those 14-foot sidewalks that were supposed to just really create an atmosphere in that area. And you just threw it all out the window. And and even after the concern during during the last meeting about getting rid of the regional commercial, or getting rid of the transit village and creating regional commercial, how you could take all of that and just say, we don't care, and move forward with creating this new plan.
Great. So I'll attempt to answer this in chunks if I can. And I really appreciate the comments. I mean, the vision and the goals of creating mixed use development product, right? That's something that you see in kind of unique situations close to transit centers, like particular in Dublin or Walnut Creek or in major metros. So we are a little bit more of a suburban market. And so going through the Innovation Center Master Plan project, when we went back to the council in May of 2021, what we showed was a change from transit village to mixed use here. So I don't know if you can see my screen or my cursor. And so we landed on that. And at that time, this plan was included in the staff report, and there was direction from the city council 5-0 to move forward and change that to potentially a regional commercial land use, which was an existing land use designation within the plan.
Understand.
Okay. And so we lost, that'll be roughly 15 acres. So we're trying, we looked at how do we make that up? Transit Village being the highest density within the PA1 planned area land use designations for residential, required that if it was going to be made up, it would actually increase the overall density above and beyond the 2,041 units calculated at mid-range. So that's where you see, and I can possibly see here, this change to what was Transit Village, from Transit Village in this location on the left-hand screen to MVHDR in terms of trying to make sure that we stay within the overall cap of the EIR, that the build-out capacity that Ben walked us through. And so that was the reason to necessarily change. If the council is concerned about keeping that at Transit Village mixed use, then you can provide us direction that we can go out and modify the plan, and we'd be certainly willing to do that at your direction if that will continue to move some of the plan process forward. But we'll certainly look to your direction. At the end of the day, we want this to be your plan. We want you to be happy and comfortable that this is something that you feel proud about having in Brentwood.
Yeah, the way Ryan described it was that they just don't do verticals. Verticals don't work. So we're going to give you residential, and we're going to give you that mixed use, which is still listed as a brown square and supposed to be a transit village, but it's really regional or a general commercial. So anyway, so that was, I'm just real frustrated with that, especially after comments from the last meeting that we had, that it could change in this direction. The next thing is, so And one of the other comments that was made was that it is because, we're looking at what we can do now. But at the last meeting, Ryan had said that it'll take dedication to get to where you guys want to be, which could take 10, 20, 30 years. So why should we substitute what we want for a quick fix? Shouldn't we create the area with a vision, which is what our vision statement says in there?
I'm happy to address some of your concerns if you would like.
No, that's okay. You kind of went over it multiple times during your presentation. I'm just really frustrated, especially after the comments from the last meeting. So also during the last meeting, Ryan, you had talked about how this open space that'll be along Innovation Boulevard, whatever it's called. It could be used, some campuses that are being developed now are using them as outdoor campuses that are kind of gated off from the community. So if we're planning on, if a company comes in and says, yeah, I want to do that and I'm going to create this area. One of the reasons for the amount of acreage that you had was in order to satisfy the general plan's policy to provide 5 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents. So if companies do take over these areas as private outdoor campuses that are gated, where are we going to get those 5 acres of parkland per 1,000 if they're being used as private campuses?
The recreational amenity that's highlighted in green on these plans is not intended to be gated, and it is not intended to be part of the ECLI land use. It is intended to knit together the ECLI land use with other things, but be completely open, completely public. And one place where that shows up is in the street sections for the new Innovation Drive that are in the specific plan, which show where public right-of-way stops and where private development starts. And so what we did was we looked at the recreational amenity as something that is a communal social space, and we put it along streets that are making connections to other destinations, so that whether you are an employee or resident of the Innovation Center or just somebody who lives in the community, that you're engaging with these public spaces as you drive through them to other destinations, or if you drive to them as a destination in themselves. And it's very, very, very much part of the vision of the Innovation Center for these spaces to be public, vibrant, and authentic, because that's what the employers are looking for. They're not looking for the gated campus. It's quite the opposite in terms of the key public spaces that knit different land uses together. Now, they may have internal courtyards. That's not uncommon. That's normal. They may have a need for privacy with their business. But it's these other social spaces, these third places that complement that vision in addition. So where you see the bright green color on the plan is really, landmarking social spaces for the whole community as well as the on-site innovation community.
Okay. And do you envision these areas to long stretches to maybe have the outdoor exercise equipment that you see up in San Francisco along the parkways and areas?
There's actually ample space for that kind of programming. There's also ample space for performance space, whether it's for local theater groups or bands or gatherings, or you close down Innovation Drive for a farmer's market. The space over by Majora Park looks small when you're looking at the overall area, but that's still 3.2 acres, which is a pretty significant land area. I think your downtown city park is 1.93. So there's a good amount of public open space there. I don't think by any means it'll be the limit of meaningful public open space. All of the new office campuses really embrace those social spaces. And part of this is to get people to actually go to work instead of work from home. You have to have that social, in-person, interactive, amenitized community spaces as part of the experience. And so that's our plan is really meant to provide an example of what's going on in the industry that's enticing to prospects. I do expect that they're going to have really strong opinions about what's right for their employees, and it will further evolve the plan.
Okay. And as recreational amenity is another type of zoning, and we're currently doing our open space initiative, what steps would we need to take to make sure that the land is covered under our proposed open space initiative?
Thank you, Council Member. We do have our project manager, assistant city manager for the open space initiative, Darren Gale, but he does have some comments for me, if that's okay. He writes that these properties would not be included as a proposed open space initiative, as it is only looking at properties within the general plan designations of parks, open space, and others. Properties within PA1 have a general plan designation of PA1 and not technically parks, open space, or a similar consideration. So they wouldn't be considered in part of that. Additionally, the exact location of the recreational amenity will not be determined until the project is developed, meaning that residential development triggers the potential for future recreational amenity development or park development. And that once that recreational amenity is finalized with the city council can place the open space overlay restrictions on parcels, but it would not be protected by a voter approval and could not be changed by future councils. Or I'm sorry, could be changed by future councils. I apologize.
So our planned developments, all of them say that there could be parks in there, and a development comes in and it says that it's going, let's say, single family residence, the low density comes in and it says, okay, well, you need to build a park within this area. Even within the PD plan development says that there's going to be parks, and says there's going to be houses, but it doesn't necessarily say that there's going to be where a park is, or that it will be a general plan according to that, unless we add it to the general plan. So why is this different?
So Darren, if you do have a couple minutes and you'd like to chime in on that, I could speak to from an economic development and a development component side of things. This plan, by including the recreational amenity, does give guidance not only to staff, but also future city councils of what the overall vision was, and that recreational amenities are important, recreational access are important to the residents that live within this district, as well as the employees. And so having a plan that's a little bit more flexible outside of your open space initiative does allow you some flexibility. For example, if Apple were to come here today and say, we want to do a flagship hub and spoke campus where we're doing a satellite office to attract our employees from the greater East Bay region, as well as the Central Valley. We want them to work in Brentwood. We'd want to have some flexibilities related to recreational space if their development pattern adjacent to some of these areas is potentially going to impact that, because really the recreational amenity is triggered by residential development through your development program. So hopefully that just provides a little bit of flavor from an economic development perspective.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. So the Transit Village was meant to be a vibrant, walkable area of PA1. Why has the enhanced sidewalk and streetscape been removed from street types and sidewalks?
I don't think it has. I mean, it's what we've done is we took a lot of those elements that were unique to the Transit Village and we integrated them throughout the Innovation Center Master Plan, because it's super important that that sidewalk experience that you mentioned, the wide sidewalks, we've designed. If you go to our master plan, essentially we took those elements that were in the Transit Village and we integrated them through the campus areas and through the ECLI. And ideally, we want somebody to feel extremely comfortable walking instead of driving. In fact, we want to encourage walking and biking instead of driving. And part of it is we have the slightly higher density land use of it's likely going to be 3-story, either apartment style or townhomes that would be in that orange color. And so that density and the density of the office space, comes together around these sidewalks and definitely very pedestrian oriented environments. The interesting thing about the Innovation Drive is we have highlighted that on the residential side of it, that there are accessory office use at the base of those units. And the idea is that we're stitching together the smaller local business that doesn't need a big shop, but wants the big address of being on the Innovation Drive, just across the street from your corporate or your larger scale users that are in the purple designation.
So on page 429, you'll see where the entire top half of the page has been redlined out, and that is the Transit Village commercial typology. And the streets and 14-foot pedestrian landscaping zones, 19-foot widths to accommodate digital parking, and 2 12-foot wide travel lanes. So that's where I'm getting that from, is that area is completely removed from the Transit Village.
And it's only 6 foot wide, not the 14 on one side and 10 foot wide on the other, where he's saying that they left the 14, but that doesn't exist.
But yeah, well, just to clarify what we've done, so on the modified collector, the orange color there, we took, through our public process, there was a preference for pedestrian and bikes to be safe and separated from traffic. So when you look at it's essentially an extension of Pruitt Ranch Road down to Sand Creek. When you look at the street section for that, you have 2 travel lanes, parallel parking, and then you have a planting strip for trees. It's and bioswales and sustainable streetscape design. And then you have a separated bike and pedestrian zone as well, so that bikes aren't running people over, that is kind of maximized comfort for bikes and cars to travel. Now, what is missing is shops with residential apartments over top. We've limited that to a small area, partly because that product type is nearly infeasible just about anywhere but the densest parts of the Bay Area, such as Oakland, Berkeley, or San Francisco, and even in cities such as that are much closer to the population, such as Newark or Fremont, Palo Alto, even in areas, are having trouble to get the vertical mixed use to pencil. And so with this example that's on the screen, we're showing a minimum sidewalk at 6 feet, but it's up to the business that flanks it. They could expand that to 10. But I think unless you're in a intensely urban village, like you would find in Oakland, that having a 6-foot zone for a bike, 4-foot separation so that bikes and pedestrians feel safe, and then a 6-foot sidewalk is something that gives people the comfort to walk safely, have a stroller, and then the folks to be on a bike. So it's urban in the sense that it brings people together and it facilitates and encourages bike and pedestrian movement. It's different than a 1940s, downtown where you had a very dense environment. And so that's partly, the prohibitive cost of structured parking that enables these vertical mixed use environments. I mean, there's like $40,000 for a parking space. The returns from when we did our economic analysis, the returns just aren't anywhere close for that land use. So anyway, that's the
But
background.
as you said, this is a 10, 20, 30-year plan.
The residential plays an important step in helping facilitate the construction of streets and roads infrastructure that then lower the cost for the commercial spaces to come in. And when we did our economic analysis of the commercial uses, the performers are much, much, much tighter. There's very little profit margin. And so if we can help absorb some of the infrastructure costs and get those built early on by leveraging the residential development, then that helps reduce the barriers of development to the commercial users that you're trying to bring in. That's
But you
just
also already
background.
have the multifamily high density residential in 2 areas along Hindor and Ranch. So a couple months ago at the Urban Land Institute meeting, the David Garcia, policy director at Turner Center for Housing Innovation, said cities should proactively explore policies that encourage more home building on retail and office property. And Ted Lohman, vice president of Brookfield Properties Development Group, which oversees the real estate investment company's mixed use properties. Housing mixed with retail will provide foot traffic, which will drive sales. So
what would be interesting is to look at the density of residential that would be required. It's interesting when you start looking at urban areas like Oakland, the residential that they're building on those retail sites is often 100 units per acre. And they also do there's another thing that you can do that really helps facilitate this kind of smart growth, which I'm a big advocate of. A lot of times they lower the required parking per unit. In Berkeley, you can go as low as 0 parking. And the idea is that we have public transit. Let's get people to use it. And San Francisco's done the same thing. So I think in certain environments, everything they're saying is absolutely the best direction. When we, our directive on this project, I mean, clearly you could fill this site up with a lot more residential, but our directive on this project was, let's be judicious about the number of units that we're going to put on the site, and let's keep that balanced. And then let's align the land uses with trends that, going back to the prime directive, that best attract commercial development to the project. And so it's providing that housing for a young workforce. Now, the orange color is very much, if you go, Josh, can you go to the illustrated plan that shows kind of the possible build out? Because
Karen, do you think we should just, real quick, Karen, should we just move on with questions real quick? We have a lot of people who want to ask.
Sure.
So Brian, why don't we wait for this for discussion, and let's get through our questions, public comment, and then we'll do the discussion. Thank you.
yeah, go ahead and go on, and I'll come back if I have got more.
Okay, so I have a question about a comment you made. It's interesting that you say that the retail with the apartments doesn't work only in urban areas. It's all over Dublin. It's all over Dublin. I mean, I go to Amakara all the time. It's busy. It's packed up within the homes, and that's suburban. So I'm not going to agree with you that it's only urban areas. I'm seeing it everywhere. And I think actually one of the shopping centers here in town was interested in doing that already. So I'm going to agree to disagree with you on that. How many parking spaces do we have by type of land use? So the transit village, the multifamily high density, the high density, how many parking spaces per unit are built into this plan?
So when we did our test fits, and if you go back to that illustrated plan, So when you see our economist told us that structured parking at $40,000 space would probably kill any, would be highly unlikely to see in Brentwood. So when we laid out the commercial development, we used a 3.3 parking spaces for the more intensive campus uses where Josh is signaling. And then for the other uses that are closer to the edge, that might be 2 stories, they can drop to 2 per thousand.
I'm not really interested. The commercial is important, but I'm more interested in the housing. How many per unit in Transit Village? How many spaces?
That would follow your existing housing criteria. We did not change any of those.
So how many spaces per unit for Transit Village?
Yeah, so I think from staff's perspective, let us do a little bit of research while we do this, and we'll be sure to get back and circle back if that's okay, Councilmember Mendoza.
So
we'll have to look at the plan.
Okay, so you had a meeting with Bart. What did Bart have to say about this plan?
So we did have it.
Ryan, I
sure.
would like to speak to Joshua. Joshua,
sure, happy.
Preferably our staff first.
Yes, of course.
Sure. No, thank you. So Ryan did facilitate the meeting with Bart. We met with, I believe it was Joel Feller, the Bart director for the region. I believe they provided comments that were similar to the 20-acre surface parking, but Ryan did have that meeting. I wasn't personally involved, and so I'd prefer that Ryan provides the information based on Bart's input.
Did anyone from our staff attend?
Possibly the former assistant city manager.
No, they just had one last week.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar.
Who attended that meeting? You don't know who did from our staff?
No.
We got an email. Okay, so why would we know that it's hard for them to build multi-level parking. We know that they built Antioch and quickly they had to expand it. They could not afford the double decker, like the multiple floors. They had to expand out. So why would we have an expectation that they build 3 stories instead of what they originally planned? Josh?
Yep, thank you. So the Innovation Center master plan that we showed in May of 2021 did indicate this general 6.6 acres here, right? So that's
no. Let's go back to the original one. And let me make something clear. When you talked to, well, not you, it was mostly Terrence. In 2021, I asked him questions, and he led me to believe that this was only for marketing purposes, that we were not changing the law. And you can watch the meeting. What happened in that meeting, I am really upset about, and that's why you've seen an evolution in the way we carry ourselves at our meetings, because I felt like I was lied to in that meeting. So whatever we decided in May of 2021, we could be throwing out the window tonight. Because if you go back and watch it, we were told, we want your suggestions. We gave all of our suggestions. We were told they would be incorporated, and they weren't. So I don't want to talk about May of 2021. That's not my base. My base is the older one. So on the original plan of the Transit Village and the parking, why are we reducing it knowing, because it doesn't take a degree to know we're going to need more parking. And if we are committed to our environment and promoting public transit, whether it is BART, electric BART, or the glideways, why would we reduce parking that then discourages our residents from using public transportation?
Mm-hmm. So I'll have 2 key takeaways that were listed in the staff report. One is the original 2018 plan, which is on the left side of your screen. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit of feedback. It included 20 acres essentially of a transit station with a center median on Highway 4 BART configuration, and then generally 20 acres of surface parking on both east and the west side of Highway 4. The Innovation Center master plan, and then where we are today, takes 14 acres and returns it back for employment generating uses, which are shown in purple. And so what that does is allow the city an opportunity that if economic development suitors come and want to create jobs in the community on these particular sites, that they won't be obligated to a transit station overlay, because the current guidance does say this area cannot develop as the underlying zoning of ECLI until the transit station essentially doesn't develop, is no longer needed. So ECLI would come second. So what we're asking and recommending to the city council to consider is we would want to see a prioritization of possible jobs generating uses in ECLI on those two sites. Why they're potentially important. The highway exit ramp at Jeffrey of westbound Highway 4 at Jeffrey, and then Jeffrey is part of an active CIP that has been designed and is just waiting to proceed. We're waiting on easements from property owners. And so that site was basically next in line to be able to receive infrastructure and be shovel ready. It's not overly the most desirable site because there's some adjacencies to the highway, as well as some overhead lines that they have to kind of fit on the side of, but it is certainly a viable site for commercial jobs generation. And on the west side, once the utilities are run under Highway 4, that does open up that as a potential first site as well. Once some of the connectivity is made through the roadway network there. So that's essentially kind of the first takeaway related to jobs creation, and that would be the general swap.
So it sounds like it's not for the benefit of public transit. It's because it's just easier to do economic development there. But it's not strategic in regards to long-term public transit, is what I'm hearing.
Well, I mean, the long-term vision to be able to benefit Brentwood residents, and this is something that we've heard from the community and relayed to the council over the last couple of years or so, has been this amenity, if it is developed as a transit station, a multimodal center hub, or BART, is convenient enough to Brentwood residents that there is access through trail networks for walking, biking, and be able to be a lot more accessible than other comparable sites along the BART network that are either controlled by BART or a little bit more remote. This really has some connectivity, not only to Brentwood residents, but also has connectivity to Antioch residents. And so if the council wanted to, you certainly could say, we want the transit station overlays to be larger. It doesn't necessarily have to be 6.6 acres. With your direction, you can increase it to 10 and try to indicate what those sites are and kind of find a medium zone and try to focus on some economic development. In general, I think with Ryan's input, I think we'd want to keep it contiguous, probably to either maybe one side or maybe give potential feedback to you on our best practices and what might be the best approach. But really, we felt that this site would be a little bit more accessible to Brentwood residents with the idea that based on the BART station platform, we can get to with a structured parking, while it is cost intensive, could be part of the overall capital outlay for BART or whoever may extend the line into Brentwood if that were to occur at a later time. Before we move on this 2021 plan, I would revert back to the 2018 plan, sit down with BART and talk about what's really feasible, because we're sitting here making decisions on what BART can and can't do when we're supposed to be promoting public transportation. And from what I got in that letter they sent us, we're way off the mark. They want it all, like they think they worked with us to come up with the original plan, and we just didn't care. We don't care what they have to say when they're the subject matter experts on public transportation. So that's the letter
BART
we
said
got.
they won't build during 2018. BART said they would not build a structured garage there, that it just doesn't pencil out for them cost wise.
So I think
they
we're setting ourselves
specifically
up for
said that.
failure.
That's why they wanted the 20 acres.
Yeah.
And
I
to-
think that. Go ahead.
And to your point, Council Member Mendoza, we did receive correspondence today back from BART. So I can pull that up while we're opening public hearing and try to get additional information of what their correspondence back to us was from their letter. Generally, they were indicating that on BART-owned property, that the residential development requirement in their TOD policies was 75 units net per acre on their property when they develop it or sell it to a private party for residential development. So that's one thing also, is that given all of the components that go into this specific plan, the city, BART, CCTA, SR4 bypass authority, we don't own any property in PA1 essentially of any.
But BART can eminent domain it, right? Okay.
a little
we
outside
could
my
eminent
wheelhouse, but
domain.
thank you.
Yeah, BART could eminent, I mean, if they see the things are getting built, they can eminent domain. If the, someone doesn't, it could just sit there, right? That's not a big deal. Okay, so you're gonna get back to me on the parking, parks. We talked about this extensively at our last meeting, and this is why I'm really upset, because we were told that you would take all of our feedback into consideration and what residents have said. Residents do not use the grant strip of grass, and that's basically what you're doing here. So you're building all of this residential, and you're not even putting a park in it. You're just putting strips of grass because it'll make the Innovation Center drive sexier is what it sounds like. But that's nice for businesses, but we have people that live here, and this is their life. And we're gonna have people with little kids, and that strip of grass ain't gonna cut it. And I said it before and I'm saying it again, and I feel really let down because our parents use our parks. They don't use the grant strip. So, I mean, I don't even need to go out to another city to see what's usable and what's not usable. You can drive around on any given day and see what kind of parks our residents want. Okay, so you're gonna get back to me on parking. So what makes anyone think that, considering the way the state laws are working, developers are going to stick at the mid-range, and why would we use that number to forecast?
Yeah, so we use the same methodologies that were included in the 2018 PA1 EIR. And if you like, we can invite Ben Ritchie, who's really an expert in that field, to come and talk about that.
So I think what we should do, because I honestly think that we're going to have to table this and come back because there's so many loose ends. But I think that what I would like to know is why, seeing what we're seeing across the state where they're using, they're maxing out, they're not using the mid-range. We need to go back and really see if we think the mid-range is it or not. And then my other question is, we provided square footage for like all of the commercial and all that good stuff. Do we have square footage for all of the residential uses, total square footage, like we did for the commercial?
I can answer that question. No, we do not. When we calculate residential build-out projections, we do it based on residential dwelling units and not square footage. So
okay.
For non-residential, the standard is to calculate square footage. For residential, it's individual dwelling unit total counts.
Okay. Is there any way to get the average square foot per unit for these, or no?
It would be an absolute estimate. We'd be guessing, if the average apartment's 1,800 square feet. I mean, we could come up with a number, but I wouldn't put much stock or credence in it because we'd be estimating on product type that builders choose to build rather than. So, I mean, I could give you a number, but I don't know how to use it.
So because when I look at the maximum number of units that they can build, the max, I'm at 3,153 units on my spreadsheet. And actually my spreadsheet tied to your spreadsheet on your numbers. But when I don't use the mid and I use the max, I'm at 3,153. And that's without density bonus. So just a heads up, people, this is what we're signing up for. 3,153 plus if anyone chooses to exercise density bonus.
And if I may, Councilmember, if that's okay, in general, and Ben, please correct me if I'm wrong, I would assume that same type, if that were to occur, would also occur in the current plan, the 2018 plan, as it is on the shelf. There would be essentially no difference. One difference that we are going through the analysis, and we try to get back to the number of 2,041 dwelling units at mid-range, is we actually increase the overall acreage for residential as a standalone product.
Yes, but however, let's talk about the transit village. The transit village, you're saying, is going to be 6 stories? How many stories is the transit village?
I believe it's 5 stories, 60 feet.
So
it allows for a maximum of.
Yeah. So I think that your units are pretty maxed out on your transit village calculations. I think where we're going to get the density bonus is in the multifamily and in the high density. That's where I think people are going to max out the bonus density. I don't think that they're going to do it on the transit village. I could be wrong, but that's my gut. So those are all my questions for right now. And if we could get back to on the parking spaces, because that is a big issue in Brentwood, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Member
I
Rarey?
for just very briefly without interrupting, the on table 6.2 on the Transit Village development standards of the specific plan. So specific to Transit Village, the off-street parking standards require 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet of gross floor area for non-residential uses, and 1 assigned space and a half common space per unit. So 1 space per residential unit in the Transit Village and another half space to be provided in common area parking. And those are based on the development standards in table 6.2, which are unchanged from the adopted 2018 version of the specific plan.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, so on page 461 under building design, section 6 says a section has been removed, and I'd like to know why it's been removed. It's section 6, in residential buildings, changes in massing and architectural details should be used to differentiate individual units such as window bays, balconies, porches, and recessed features.
I can take an initial stab at that. Part of that is related to changes in California state law in terms of objective versus subjective design standards and requirements for residential development. So this is a rather subjective standard, and state law is moving towards objective standards. And so the city presumably will be progressing on a path to have objective residential design standards. So we saw that as an outlier that was no longer compliant with current state law practices.
Right, but the guidelines for, I think it was commercial and residential guidelines, maybe it wasn't. Anyway, I'd like staff to revisit that one. And that on page 487, what's this one, resulting, sorry. Parking. And this may have been regarding the parking for parking lots shall be located to the side or rear of buildings. Lots may not be constructed within the front yard setback area, and that's been eliminated. Nobody?
Could you set a page number on the specific plan document? I'm sorry, I'm looking not at the staff reports, but the numbers you're citing.
I couldn't tell you what, let's see if
is it on the bottom right or bottom?
specific plan 7-1. I think it cuts off, so it doesn't tell us what.
Just to jump in, I've got a full copy of 7-11. Yeah.
Yeah.
7-11, thank you.
And I don't want to step on Ben's toes here, but I'll just add that there are certain land uses where it may be more amenable to have parking available out front. And I think staff was hoping to allow some flexibility as to the placement of the parking without changing the parking requirement itself, just where it could be located for some of those land uses. And Ben, I'll let you cover that more eloquently.
I wouldn't have said it much better myself, so I concur with what Katie said.
Okay, and as Council Member Mendoza had mentioned, I mean, based on SB 330, how can we impose and enforce minimum density development standards?
So yeah, Council Member Rarey, you touch on, obviously I've been involved in CEQA documents on other unrelated projects that have been before the council for the last several months. So I've been very in tune with the discussions on the mid-density challenge that Brentwood is facing. I think that's a larger issue that the city needs to tackle and resolve. That's not necessarily specific to these proposed changes to PA1. Had we done nothing to this specific plan, the original EIR did assume development at the mid-range consistent with some general plan policy language. And you've got some larger issues to unpackage and deal with in terms of the mid-range challenge and how your policies are written. But the proposed changes to this specific plan don't alter that discussion one way or the other. You've got your mid-range challenge. You had a certain number of units projected in the adopted 2018 plan. This doesn't change those unit projections based on the mid-range calculation. So we haven't tipped the scale of the needle one way or the other in terms of that mid-range density discussion.
Okay. Let's see. Anything else I'll do through discussion with one last comment. So during the last meeting, and maybe I already said this, but Ryan, you had stated that structured parking is extremely expensive and rents in this area don't justify building one. Yet we're talking about building a parking structure for our transit center. All right, that's it.
If there are no further clarifying questions of staff at this time, I will now open the public hearing. And at this time, we will open public comment. Margaret.
I received one written public comment on this item. Let me go ahead and share my screen. A summary is on the screen. Full copies of the comments will be made available on the City Council Agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and mute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I have 4 hands raised. I will start with RT, followed by Rod. RT, go ahead. RT, can you unmute?
Sorry, hi. I was just wondering about the transit village being proposed for Brentwood. Is it going to be something like the Fruitvale Transit Village there in Oakland, or would it be something kind of different in that design?
Sir, through the mayor, we don't have staff respond directly to questions that are posed during public comment, but if at the conclusion of the comment period, the council would like answers to those questions, staff will take that direction then. So if you've had any further comments to give, we would welcome you to give those.
Hearing no further comments from RT, I'll move on to Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking at the Innovation Center website that's there for the public to review, and I'm looking at a brochure. The Innovation Center at Brentwood is the title of it. I'm on page 17. The page is headed Development Opportunity. I think it'd be really instructive if somebody could take a look at that. That's there. At any rate, I'll describe to you what I'm seeing. It's very similar to the 2021 plan, but if you look at it, there's a great deal more green, and also the transit center is there. So I want to talk about the transit village for a minute. At the public meetings, we were thinking, oh, like Santana Row. Everybody's been to Santana Row. We know what this is. It's cool. You go. And you shop and you dine, and then there's people that live upstairs, and that's fine. And that's kind of what we were wanting, and that's what we were promoted as, like the gateway into our city. And now it's been pretty much deleted. It's been broken up. There's a big chunk missing, and I'm listening to all the explanations, but it's really falling a little flat. I mean, the explanations are like way convoluted. There should be something simpler that you could say. Also, the parks are much smaller. You've got along Jeffrey Ray now, you've just got it ECLI instead of this beautiful green color. I don't think it's a secret to anybody listening to me here that I treasure open space in Brentwood, and to see it just deleted from the new map in the rezone, that should be you know, an amenity, and instead it's ECLI. So I guess you're just leaving it to the people that build to decide whether or not they want to put a park there. And again, this is not what we were promised. We did this. There were like 4 at least open houses. There was one in the beginning, and then there was like that series of 3. The public was invited to comment. We looked at all this stuff. We were presented with a plan. People, you know, liked it. It was, and I just feel like we're not being given what we were promised. It's all been cut back, and yet the explanations are dry, technical, and not very satisfying. I'm really disappointed that at least the consultants who should be subject matter experts are not better able to come in here and give us a good accounting of what exactly went on in these meetings. They don't seem to have a lot of information. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Foley, followed by Robin Schmidt. Mr. Foley, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Bryant and members of the Brentwood City Council. How are you? I hope you're well. My name is Mark Foley. I'm the director for BART District 2, representing Eastern Contra Costa County. First off, I'd like to say I appreciate the opportunity for the public and myself to provide comment on this issue. It's very critical to the future of public transportation in the county. And I also want to offer my services in helping to facilitate and participate in any future conversations around the transit village, or how BART might interact with the available space. With that being said, in concern with the late hour here, I will just put out one word of caution. End of line parking can be very challenging for a transit system. Riderships adapt, and riders really change their habits. We underestimated parking at the Antioch Hillcrest station. We assumed 900 would be sufficient. We really underestimated ourselves. We needed to add an additional 800 spaces, really to address what we see as current and future needs, again, pre-pandemic, but ridership was such that our parking lot was filling at 5:30 a.m. every morning. And that happens because riders that have traditionally gone to, say, the Pittsburgh station shifted downstream. They came to the end of line. So those same riders that live in Discovery Bay, Oakley, Brentwood would likely shift to a station at the McCollum area. So I just offer that as a piece of advice to look at when we were trying to build a welcoming transit center. And again, offer my support in trying to help move this forward. And I wish you a good evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robin Schmidt. Robin, go ahead. Robin, go ahead. I will come back to Robin. I will.
No, you keep unmuting me.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry about that, Mayor and City Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening during the public hearing regarding the proposed PA1 project. My name is Robin Schmidt. I'm the Chief Business Official for the Brentwood Union School District. The district hasn't been engaged in communication with the city staff from the beginning of this proposed project and provided consistent input to staff during the process. The PA1 project proposes at the midpoint up to about 2,041 residential units and 30.5 million square foot of non-residential space. The district has maintained that these numbers will generate about 700 students, 460 TK5 and 246 through 8 students. The PA1 project will generate students without needed school capacity in the area. Current projections and school site plans do not include these students, and as plans have not been approved. With the denial of the Bridal Gate project, the district has no current options for a school site in the area. The cost of land and a school in the area is estimated to the cost of the district at this point today, $65 million. Measure B funds are obligated to current project and a school site on the Lone Tree Way. No other funds are available. The construction in PA1 area will generate an estimated 18 million in developer fees due to residential and non-residential construction. The district will be obligated to go to the Brentwood voters with a bond to authorize additional property taxes to cover the estimated 47 million in additional funds the district will require to build the additional school. There may be state school bond funds available, but those funds can only be requested after construction is complete and only if funds are available. Currently, the list of project and application to the state exceeds the current funding availability, and the state will only match up to 50% of the cost if funds are available. The district has met with and communicated with city staff to consider options to address the needs for land and options to address the costs. At this time, there are no real viable options as the land in the area is privately owned, and per city staff, current zoning rules allow little flexibility to support the district. The district will consider options and communicate with the city regarding options. Thank you for the time this evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening again. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to start by saying I'm very disappointed about what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing at this point in the game. I feel like we're just going backwards as opposed to moving forward with this big promise. In my working life, I don't think I will even get to apply for a job at this center in the next 20, 30 years or whatever long I have to work to and be active in the employment market. So anyway, I am glad that you had the input from Bart, but the gentleman speaking was very on point about how parking works, and it's a very good reflection of how many commuters are in our area. On top of that, and hence the need for this plan to move forward without so many changes every step of the way. Let's get it built. Really, that's really the point I was trying to make. I'm trying to make tonight. How about the rezone? We're focusing on something that's been marketed as an employment center, yet we keep moving around and switching around densities, housing types, housing products, and so on. That should not be the focus. Housing, we have plenty of it. As you heard from the community, as you heard from the experts, the consulting firm that we hired to provide input and shape this plan and so on. So let's move away from housing and let's focus on building actually an employment center. And I would like to support the point that Rod actually brought up. In the previous plans, we've seen everything green, everything lush. It was actually a gathering place. Now it looks very sterile, and we're offered, just a strip of grass, exceptionally in an area where all the homeless gather. I'm not really sure how many of the consultants actually drove or walked over there to see what happens by the creek where the park is proposed. So I think we're pretty much back to square one. And again, it's very disappointing that this plan has no chance to move forward anytime soon. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time then, we will close public comment. And if there are no further speakers, I'll need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay, Councilmember Mendoza.
I don't want to vote on this. I'm not happy with it at all. I was a big fan of the Transit Village. I worked for Safeway for many, many years in Pleasanton. It did take a lot of years to build their Transit Village over by their BART station, but it's phenomenal. It's great. People go there. I think that we need to be long-term strategic, not short-term hit the crack and like get that quick hit on development fees, which is what we've been doing for a long time, which I used to come and complain about all the time. And I feel like we're going right back there again. I think we need to be strategic. It might not happen in the next 5 years or 10 years for the Transit Village, but I think that building in commercial below housing is what we need to do for the future. Smaller units cost less to rent. We keep saying that we need more, not affordable housing, but affordable units for the young people in our town. Those would be more affordable because they're going to be smaller. Less commuting around town because a lot of the amenities that they're going to need are going to exist right downstairs. Small shops, restaurants, like bodega style stores, which is what we need. Our streets are so full of traffic that if we don't put it there, it's going to get super crazy on Sand Creek, Lone Tree. We know it is. We've seen what happens around town. So I am completely discouraged with the removal of the Transit Village. I would like to see it back. I would like to see additional parking for BART because I think that, again, we're being short-sighted on our BART parking. We know that a ton of the BART riders in Antioch are from out here. We know that Antioch is building a ton of homes. We know that Discovery Bay is building more homes and more apartments. And those people are going to drive to Brentwood to get on BART. So we're going to get stuck in the same situation. But unlike Antioch, if we don't have the allocated space, we're going to be in a pickle because we won't have parking and they will not have the funds to build up. All these little things, we need to go through every C, every P, like every condition, permitted, not permitted. I know we need another school, but that wasn't the vision for this area. Schools got added on that are going to be here. Private schools got added on. All of this stuff changed. And we could go through every single one, but I think we'll be here till 1 or 2 in the morning and we're not even to the rest of our items. So I think that this needs to be a special meeting where we sit down and hash it out instead of being forced like I felt last time, where I was rushed through in May when I'd only been in position for a few months and I signed up for something that I was misled on by Terrence. And I'm still very upset by that, like super upset. And I'm upset that staff didn't take any of our feedback when they came back again after that May meeting.
Councilmember Rarey.
I would agree with that. The Transit Village was a huge thing, even for the working group, and the idea of the larger sidewalks, the vibrancy of the area, having the vertical mixed use, and instead of this horizontal, which is basically apartments and general commercial. It just changed the whole dynamics of it. So I'd like to see at least the orange area change back to brown that was removed from the last one. There is a host of things that we removed during the 2018 allowed uses that have been put back in again. I'd like to see those removed. Even like the rental vehicles, the minor automobile repair, all of those have been removed before and they're now back in there again. I've got a list of things. And why would you remove domestic animal keeping, which allows people to have pets in their homes? including a fish. I mean, does that mean that somebody can't get a Siamese fighting fish in a little tiny bowl because it's now against, it's not permitted in the residential area? It's for birds or for cats and dogs and fish and birds, not large tropical ones. So why you remove that from somebody's ability to have in their home? Like the mayor had said, I think we're all of us have animals at our house. Anyway, I too would like to go through that list, but I think we need to bring this back and discuss it all. Otherwise, we're going to be here forever tonight. And I don't think that we're being productive. If you need to reduce the land that's down at the bottom, the residential that's down at the bottom along Hindorn Ranch Road, bring some ECLI up on that area and reduce that residential some if you need to do that, or increase the mixed use in that area to reduce some of the residential, or to reduce some of the residential and the parking. Because that 6 acre or the 4 acres that I think it's about maybe 4 or 5 acres that you've left for ECLI on that side. I mean, the commercial, my understanding is that they're already looking at putting a drive-through restaurant in there. So then how much does that leave you for ECLI, for a high-paying job if it's sitting inside of a parking lot with a drive-through restaurant?
Council Member Meyer.
Thank you. I'm not going to say much. A lot has already been said. I'm looking at the brochure that Rod brought up and the amount of green that was in there. And I think that is something we need to revisit. I think even the Maggiore park that we were discussing is smaller. I think the idea of the parking is definitely an issue. I would like to look at the uses that Council Member Rarey brought up. I hate to ask for other meetings because we all have such busy lives, but if there are this many changes that are that need to be addressed, I think it would be wise for us to dive into them. I also think we should get an update on where we are with the owners. We haven't really talked about that, but I think if we're going to come back, we should bring that up. And then I think if we're talking about the 1 acre park that we took back from the fire station, I'm wondering if that actually can be included in the open space initiative because it's already there. I'd like an answer on that.
That's public facilities there, though.
But we're going to be using it for a park. I mean, when could we designate that? It's already, the land is there. The use is going to be, I don't know. I mean, that's a good point. Anyway, I hate to say I support the idea of bringing it back because it's a lot of work and it's a lot of work that's gone into this so far. But I just think there's too many questions about too many changes for us to just approve it tonight. Thanks.
Josh, if I could ask a quick question. Bringing this back, are there some components in here, time-wise, infrastructure components that our vote tonight that we may need to separate? Is this something that bringing it back? Because I don't disagree with several of the things that have been said here, but are there things that will delay some immediate potential commercial development that's time sensitive? Or is this something that can as whole cloth come back for a different meeting?
Mayor, it's a good question. I do appreciate all the council's input, and if we have a few moments, maybe I could summarize some of the direction that we've received so far to clarify. So we do have economic development related targets that we are working with. We've somewhat indicated those. They're still very early and preliminary. One of those potentially relates to the regional commercial change from the transit village. And so, obviously there's some logistics and everything that go along with that. We've received a development application. And so we'd have to probably get some more direction from council on what you'd like to do with that. What I don't believe that there's anything mission critical related infrastructure or anything like that would be held up by your plan. We want to make sure that the plan reflects what the council's vision is for PA1. But there certainly could be economic development related targets that, if are looking at other flexible sites. So the thing is, right now we have 260 acres of commercial development opportunity, and we can continue to market it. We can continue to introduce developers to this, knowing that the council is considering the prospective plan with modifications in your direction, and continue to keep going on some items. There was a confidential user that we provided through the city manager that was looking on some sites on the east side, which may be potentially impacted by the transit station overlay, but that's not necessarily a guaranteed run. That was just a strong proposal that we put in as an economic development group. And so we're continuing to work with them should they be interested in Brentwood, and we'll just have to work within the current plan, which is the 2018 PA1 plan, until a future plan is adopted by council.
Okay, thank you for that. Council Member Mendoza.
I think I understand, Mayor, you mentioned earlier in your state of the city about sometimes there's adjustments to the general plan. I get that. But if you're going to ask for a rezone, you've got to tell the residents why it's worth it. I don't believe in doing a blind rezone, and I don't think I will ever vote for a blind rezone. If you're going to ask me for a rezone, and everyone else might be different on the council, I don't know, but you better tell me why, who it is, and what the benefit is to the residents. And those residents better have the opportunity to speak up for it. So again, no rezone has been the mantra, but if there's going to be one, it's got to be worth it for the residents. If not, I cannot see supporting that, because we're supposed to represent the residents. And I cannot, again, make the same mistake I made in May and blindly vote for something without understanding all the details.
With that said, yes, Councilmember Meyer.
Just wanted to make a quick comment, since we're missing the vice mayor this evening. Even if, Mayor, even if you and I were unsure of holding this up, it wouldn't pass anyway because we'd be 2-2. Just wanted to bring that up.
Understood. So,
and Mayor, is it okay if I summarize some of the work items that we have? And if it is possible, I mean, we can certainly spend a few minutes trying to get a little bit more defined direction so we can come back with some alternatives. Since we spent a lot of time on this evening, if the council's open to it, we really appreciate your time and we want to be cognizant of it.
I agree. I would like for this to be productive as direction wise, so that when we do have a meeting, which it looks like that might be the case, that there's some pointed direction that is able to be followed. So yes, please. Great, thank you. So I'll try to work through a couple exhibits, but I do have a couple items to work through. The first is we heard through the council as staff that you're interested in additional potential surface parking allocation to restoring the transit station overlay zone, which is shown both here in hash lines of 20 acres, as well as here on the modified plan for 6.6 acres. So are you interested in increasing that?
We're not seeing your screen, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like me to do it again?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. So transit station overlay, which is essentially a transit overlay, which would restrict future development for transit uses only. So public transit uses, transit station or BART, as indicated in the 2018 plan on the left side of 20 acres, split between both. the recommended plan based on progress, and we're certainly open to your suggestion. We're at 6.6 acres net. Would you like to increase that over the amount of overall acreage? Would you like it to return to 20? Would you like it at a lower number? Would you like to see some alternatives?
I would like to return it to 20. And if you're going to reduce it, I need analysis as to the sales tax hit, because it was going to be first floor commercial. So what kind of sales tax hit? What kind of trips do we think people are going to leave because they won't get the amenities on site anymore? And then what feedback did BART have on parking? That's what I would like to see.
Okay.
I don't know what anyone else wants to see.
Yeah, and I think I'll just jump in and add that with Mr. Foley's offer to work more closely with BART and their staff to find out exactly how much space they need. We know based on the Hillcrest station, they don't need 20 acres. They're doing with 8 or 10, right? So let's find out what they really need as a minimum, and maybe come up with some options and some scenarios to show what that would look like.
Yeah, okay. And this would be parking / transit village, right? So the bottom
No,
story-
this would be only for transit facilities. So surface parking, parking lots. Think a combination. I mean, at initial rollout, it's going to be Antioch Hillcrest, if should BART extend, or kind of a North Concord station. A lot of surface parking and that sort of thing. So not actually any physical development other than the transit station and a carousel that comes along with that.
Okay.
Any other comments on that particular item?
Well, and this is, okay, let's talk real quick. The transit village, what color is it again? Sorry.
Brown. Brown
So
in the 2018 plan on your left side.
Okay.
And brown, which is residential and mixed use development on this the right side of your screen.
Okay. So we saw in the mayor's, we've seen the application for the Costco. That is in that brown section, right?
It is. I don't know if you can see my screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that would be a rezone, correct? Or not correct? For Costco.
Well, we're essentially, not necessarily facilitating Costco, but we're trying to make sure that we align. So I think from an economic development perspective, so this is really,
I think this is a perfect example of like, here's the rezone and this is why, and this is the benefit. This is the perfect application where a rezone comes in and we have a project and we can talk through it and go through the benefits for the residents.
I saw Alexis has her hands up, if that's okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Alexis.
Yeah, I just want to clarify what Costco is applying for today is not technically a rezone, because remember the zoning and the general plan out here are just PA1 specific plan. They're requesting a specific plan amendment as part of their project because right now it is brown. So they are already requesting that because note, this is the specific plan today, if that helps.
Okay. So we would be losing that area of transit village mixed use, correct?
Correct. If you go as proposed in the staff report.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So looking at transit village mixed use, certainly here in the council, there was a change made to try to stay within the development threshold of the EIR from Brown here, transit village mixed use, South McCullough Trail along Hydorn Ranch, to a multifamily high density that doesn't include commercial in the orange. And so if you like, we can certainly look at moving this back to transit village if that's council's direction. And then we would look at possibly, just as a potential pitch idea, based on Council Member Rarey's comment, removing some of the potential housing in order to continue to maintain on the south side in order to maintain under that 2,041 units.
Sounds good.
Okay.
In terms of council's direction, are you okay with relocating residential uses in some of the plan area to the west side of Highway 4? This is a significant economic, so this would be a hurdle to economic development as is. While the city is providing infrastructure for Hydorn Ranch and doing, Sand Creek Road extension and then connecting to Hydorn Ranch with some utilities, it won't be a full turnkey infrastructure package to be able to support commercial development. So this will take a lot longer as current. If you look at a potential residential relocation without really triggering additional density or additional housing units, this would help to offset some of that overall infrastructure burden on commercial. And that's why this is proposed to be laid out this way.
I think that's something that when we have our next meeting, we have to sit down and talk about. Like, I'd like to understand the math behind all of that before I say yes or no. So it's something we would sit down, talk about how much is the expense for the infrastructure? What are we losing? What are we gaining? What's the benefit of it? Because we moved it from the east to the west. That's the kind of meeting we need to have to talk through all of that and get feedback from our residents.
Some of that area is a move over from the by the Majora, the ECLI by Majora's recreational area there has been moved. They moved that over, and that is now the orange on the west side.
But I want to sit down and I understand why they're doing the swap, but I think that's a bigger conversation. I want to understand what that looks like, and what the impact is on that section of housing and all of that stuff.
Certainly.
I want the math behind that square. But I think that's why we want another meeting, right? So we can talk through all of these little moving parts.
Great. And then while there are other particular items, we'll go back and do more research for you. I think an indication on Innovation Drive or Innovation Park as potentially a linear concept, knowing that there is going to be some flexibility because development may potentially move some things around a little bit. The ultimate goal is to try to, as residential development comes in, to create some type of public amenity space for the residential. Is council's preference to not consider a linear park, or you're looking for a more traditional park or some other type of configuration?
What's that green that's at the very bottom of there, right there? About approximately how big is that area?
I'll see if I can. I don't have. I don't know, Ryan, if you're available. But essentially, it was a public amenity, kind of a welcoming front door space. So maybe you could think of should the Innovation Center project really take off and move forward, maybe a fountain, monument, public art, public space, kind of a Instagram moment space of arriving into the Innovation Center and the Innovation Drive for work, as well as your where you live.
I think we need to find a park for all of the kids that are going to live in that area. Well, and they're not going to want to go across the freeway.
Other than the fact that a lot of times the multifamilies already have those within their facilities.
But that's making the assumption. What if they don't? What do we do then?
Yeah.
I think if we require it in a development, but isn't that just the same as requiring a park?
Those might be some of those objective design guidelines that we keep referencing that need to be in place to be consistent with state law. And so those are some things that we can come back with and describe how to best get there. And when you say parks, are you talking about playground equipment type?
Yeah, I want playground, swings, like the whole shebang for families. If we're going to have homes, we need to offer them parks.
Okay.
Great. So we'll be glad to work with ELS and Parks Department on trying to figure out what some solutions look like that are manageable and best practices here in Brentwood. Am I missing? I know there are a couple other items. Am I missing any major milestone items for the council?
Heck, you could even do a real fun one with a zip line in it, that adults could use as well during lunchtime.
And then that would be your, I'm sorry, your Innovation Center welcome brewery here that's adjacent to the residential and your office. So yeah, there's a lot of things
as you zip line by.
Yeah, when you have a flexible plan and you're attracting, brand new development to the community, there are some unique things that you could do. I don't know if we'll necessarily get to a zip line, but we could certainly encourage some fun stuff from some of these developers as they come in.
Thank you, Josh. Is that sufficient to answer your concerns, at least for this conversation?
Yes, Mayor, I have enough direction at this point.
Okay, thank you. So having said that, do we have a motion regarding this item?
I have a question first. Since this was a public hearing, do we need to set a continuance to a date certain? Or are we able to just continue it to a future date?
Good evening. So you can continue it to a date certain if we know that we are going to be able to move forward at that next meeting, but it sounds as if the council's next meeting is going to be more of a discussion about these issues than it is going to be preparation to actually act on something. In addition, depending on what sort of changes the council may desire, this may need to go back through the Planning Commission before it's ready for actual council adoption. So at this point, I wouldn't worry too much about continuing it to a date certain, but rather perhaps have staff work with each of you to determine your availability for a meeting. Mr. City Manager, if I've gotten ahead of you, please let me know.
Oh, that you said it well. That's exactly what needs to happen. So we will circle back with the council on some dates once staff is ready with this additional analysis and help explain things even better about what the economics are saying, what's feasible, what's not. And really, if you want to be focused on a longer term vision, then that obviously changes everything as well. From what work we're doing currently to try to retain and attract prospects, if we want to retain that master vision from 2018, then we'll come back with more direction on how to get there.
Darren, you have your hand up.
I'll make a motion to continue this to a future date.
Before we go forward with the motion, our Assistant City Manager has his hand up.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Just two quick things. One, as relates to the open space initiative, there was a couple questions that I just want to be clear. Currently, we're only including properties that have a general plan designations of park open space, but we will do some additional research prior to the next council meeting and make sure and go over that in the staff report. And then number two, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't express appreciation for Josh and tonight in this presentation. Really appreciate council's feedback. And Josh has done a yeoman job presenting this, and I just wanted to publicly thank him for his efforts tonight in putting this together, the staff report, and really appreciate the direction from staff. We look forward to coming back based upon the direction this evening. So thank you, Josh.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. Do we have clear direction from staff regarding what that means? Okay, we do. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay, moving on to business items. Item E1 pertains to the amendments to the municipal code to revise penalties for illegal cultivation of marijuana. And Robbie Benjamin will present. Robbie.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Give me a moment here to share my screen. Okay, so tonight's item is, as the mayor stated, is an amendment to our current Brentwood Municipal Code section 9.50.040. which it would include additional penalties for the illegal cultivation of marijuana. Over the past year, there's been an increase in the number of illegal marijuana grows inside single-family homes in Brentwood. Currently, the Brentwood Municipal Code is unclear as to whether those administrative citations may be issued on a per property or on a per plant basis. The proposed ordinance clarifies the code to expressly permit administrative citations to be issued on a per plant basis, thereby giving staff an additional enforcement tool. Staff's recommendation is that the council introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance to amend section 9.50.040 of the Brentwood Municipal Code to update penalties for the illegal cultivation of marijuana. Tonight, I will be sharing some photos illustrating the physical modifications and the changes to some single-family homes here in Brentwood. Since 2016, California Proposition 64, which includes the Control, Regulation, and Tax of the Adult Use of Marijuana Act, also known as AUMA, legalized the use and possession of marijuana by adults over the age of 21. AUMA, as amended by Senate Bill 94, allows adults to possess, plant, cultivate, harvest, dry, or process not more than 6 living marijuana plants and possess the marijuana produced by those plants, subject to certain restrictions. AUMA, as amended, authorizes local governments to enact and enforce reasonable regulations on personal cultivation of marijuana activities. On the screen is our current Brentwood Municipal Code. Since 2017, the city has been able to regulate marijuana activity in the city and incorporated the requirements of state law into the existing municipal code on the screen, allowing the city to levy administrative citation fines for marijuana violations under chapters 1.24 and 9.50 of the municipal code. Meanwhile, cultivation of more than the allowable 6 plants is a common violation facing public agencies. Further, large-scale commercial cultivation of marijuana indoors may illegally house hundreds and in some cases thousands of marijuana plants in a single home. This degree of illegal marijuana cultivation poses health and safety risks to persons and property and is likely part of larger criminal networks. Moreover, this illegal activity is extremely profitable, making deterring this activity difficult. Within these residential homes with illegal marijuana cultivation, community enrichment staff routinely identify unsafe and unpermitted electrical wiring, as well as other unpermitted construction, including natural gas lines, HVAC systems, and unpermitted new walls and rooms. Further, significant damage to the home, including extensive mold, is often present. This activity involves numerous code violations and negatively affects the quality of life as well as property values for the surrounding neighborhood. There has been a significant increase in the number of residential homes being used for these large-scale indoor cultivations. In their enforcement efforts, community enrichment staff will collaborate with the Brentwood Police Department as well as other agencies such as the Drug Enforcement Agency and the California Department of Cannabis Control. As you'll see with these photos on the screen, these are some of the photos of visible mold that staff has seen, but frequently much more mold is uncovered as a result of the mold testing that is required by our violation notices. When notified of a potential illegal grow house, the various law enforcement agencies conduct the criminal investigation, while community enrichment staff document the various life safety concerns and unpermitted construction, and pursue administrative enforcement of the city's municipal code. PG&E is contacted to disconnect the electricity and gas connection as needed due to the unsafe and unpermitted conditions. A red tag is then posted at the property, which restricts access until the required corrective actions are taken, which generally involves hiring a contractor to demolish all of the unpermitted construction and mold testing to identify the proper remediation work that is needed. Testing of the HVAC system is also required to ensure that it functions properly after those illegal modifications have been removed. Alterations are often required so that the home may be reverted back to its original permitted configuration and approved for occupancy once again. Administrative citation fines are charged for the code violations, and building permit fees are collected for both the demolition and alteration permits. Currently, the city's administrative citation fines are $100 for the first violation, $200 for the second violation, and $500 for the third and subsequent violations of the Brentwood Municipal Code. An increasingly common strategy that some cities have adopted to combat the illegal marijuana cultivation is to specify that each plant represents a separate violation of a city's ban on cultivation, meaning that each plant is subject to its own fine. The proposed ordinance before you tonight, the proposed ordinance amendment incorporates that strategy into the municipal code and changes the fines to be per plant rather than per violation. It is hoped these revisions will increase the city's code enforcement capabilities and deter illegal marijuana cultivation. The following language is proposed to be added to the end of section 9.50.040 of the Brentwood Municipal Code. Each and every marijuana plant cultivated in excess of the number of plants allowed under this section shall be a separate offense, and each such plant subject to a separate administrative citation fine under chapter 1.24 of the Municipal Code. Each and every day a violation is maintained, caused, aided, abetted, concealed, suffered, or permitted is a separate offense. That concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Council Member Mendoza.
Hi, Robbie. Thank you for that. Curious, how many on average plants do they find in a house? Like, is it just wide?
It's widespread. We've had some instances where it can be hundreds up into the thousands. We've seen as many as 12,000 plants.
I mean, why would we just, is it, so it's like, so if you catch someone, it's $100 per plant per day? Is that what we're reading?
Currently, the way the municipal code is written is that we can issue an administrative fine per violation, not per plant. So usually when we go into one of these cultivation operations, we will typically have in the neighborhood of 8 to 10 violations. So that would be about $800 or $1,000 fine. But amending the code as proposed tonight, we would be able to cite for those violations. So that 8 to 10 violations typically, in addition to issuing a $100 fine per plant over the allowable 6. So they've got 706 plants. It would be 700 times the $100 for the per plant fine.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Member Meyer.
Hi, thank you for this. Can you go back to the slide that talked about the per day violation, please?
This slide?
Yes. So can you clarify that each and every day a violation is maintained? Can you clarify how that counts as a separate offense? The actual number of plants.
Sure. So the municipal code would allow us to issue an administrative fine per day, but our common practice is to issue an administrative fine per 7-day period. And the reason for that is because an administrative citation can be appealed. So in order to give an individual their due process right and their ability to appeal that citation, should they choose to do so, we issue the administrative fines on a weekly basis. And that's for all administrative citations, not specifically with regard to marijuana.
Okay. And then can you clarify when there is remediation needed, when demolishing unpermitted construction, that sort of thing, how is that arranged and who pays for it?
The property owner is responsible for that. So the first step in the process would be that they have to submit a demolition permit application. And they would have to have a mold inspection completed, because those photos that I was showing you, that's what we can visibly see when we go out with law enforcement. But once that demolition work begins and they remove the items out of there and remove all the plants and so forth, frequently there's much more significant damage. For example, on one of the homes we were recently out on, they have to go in and remove all of the blown in insulation in the attic, all of the plywood, all of the flooring throughout the home, the baseboards. It's rather extensive. And then in addition to all of the treatment, the fogging and whatnot, the mold underneath the roof eaves, that's going to require replacement of all of that lumber. So it's not only going to be costly, but it's going to be rather time consuming for them to do that. And then once they do the remediation, then they can go ahead and get a permit for the alterations that are needed to be able to get that home back into the originally permitted configuration. And of course, our building inspectors go out and perform those inspections. We also require what's called HERS testing, which is an HVAC professional that goes out and tests the ductwork to make sure that the HVAC system works properly. and a secondary mold inspection to ensure that all of the mold has been properly remediated and we don't have an elevated mold count in the home. Because what we have seen in some instances is that they fix up the house and then they immediately place it on the market. And we all know what market rate is these days. And, you know, we're trying to protect the public's health and safety so that we don't have potentially a family come in and purchase this home that's riddled with mold and other health and safety considerations.
Okay, and then if we do push this forward, does this get communicated to the public? Like, do we do some sort of, a press release to make sure that people understand that this change is coming?
Absolutely, yes. Yes, a press release will go out. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if the subject is not able to pay the fine, maybe they haven't sold the plants yet, where does the money come from?
If that citation is not paid, it would go to collection and potentially could be a lien against the property. I should tell you that one of the other steps that we take immediately when we commence that enforcement. So, for example, kind of give you a brief synopsis. We go out on the particular day, law enforcement has performed their search warrant. You know, we take our photographs and we prepare our report, issue our administrative citation with our fines and so forth. We provide written notification to the property owner and or a tenant if there's a tenant involved. And we also immediately commence the process for what's called a notice of pending action, which is recording a cloud on the title of that property so that we have that code violation documented if they do attempt to sell the property as is, or you know, any potential buyer would be aware of the violations against the property.
And if it's a rental and they aren't, they can't pay, what happens then?
Ultimately, it's up to the property owner. It's a property owner's
Yes,
responsibility to make those corrections to the property. Yes. So when it's red tagged, it's not approved for occupancy. So and PG&E has also disconnected power. So in order for them to be able to reoccupy that property, they've got to get what's called a meter release from the city. So they've got to obtain those permits, make those corrections so that we will provide a meter release to PG&E. So they're sort of dead in the water, if you will, that they will not be able to have electricity to the home to be able to reoccupy it.
Great. Okay, thank you for that.
Councilmember Rarey.
I think a lot of that was answered. My questions were answered, with the exception of what percentage are homeowners and what percentage are renters?
That's a good question. I don't have that exact percentage off the top of my head. I will tell you that most of the ones that I can recall at the moment are typically tenant occupied. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
If there are no more clarifying questions of staff, we will open public comment.
I can ask Robbie to stop sharing her screen. I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have one hand raised. I'll go ahead and share the timer screen. And I'll call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Margaret. You know, I remember back when the ballot measure originally passed, the AUM, I think it is, and Brentwood passed the most restrictive laws that they could, and there were rumblings on social media. People were feeling like, well, this is something people want, just let them have it. And I'm pretty sympathetic to that myself. However, I hope that people understand that this is not about restricting people's rights to something that they have a right to have. This is about protecting home values. I mean, the fire danger alone from these grow houses, the destruction of property, As we're hearing, a lot of times it's a rental, and you know, the value of that property, the person owns a rental, it's an investment, and that value of that investment goes to zero. So I think this is really a great idea. I'm curious about where the money goes if the city does collect. Is that something that contributes to the general fund? I'm also wanting to point out that for anybody that's worried about whether this might be impinging on anybody's rights, the people who are legitimately doing business in cannabis are getting eaten alive because their taxes and their costs, you know, having them maintain a storefront, whatever, the street vendors are just killing them, and that has to stop. It has to be, if it's going to be legal, it has to be done legally, and it has to be done the right way. And people that are skirting the law, they don't do things the right way. They don't protect children. They just sell to whoever they can sell to. So I guess I'm rambling a little bit. I really do favor this law, and I hope you guys will pass it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments, move into council discussion. I do just want to say that I completely agree with so far everything that's been said. When you know, the things that Rod said, it's important for our community to understand. And this presentation also signified it. Thank you, Robbie, for a great presentation. That the 6 plants that they are legally allowed to have, this does not include that. And so having seen some of these grow houses in our community, not only is there immediate danger to the neighboring houses of fire concerns and health concerns from the mold, but there also have been some violent interactions from criminal activity, not only the growers, but people that are criminals that found out that that grow house was there. There's been some police activity needed in our community. You know, I feel that if something's legal, and, you know, I'm a very strong believer in individual rights, period, in end of sentence. So if that's something you want to do and it's legal, by all means, do it legally. But at the same time, if you're going to come in and endanger our families, we need to really make sure that we are the least attractive target for criminals that come into this area to try to do criminal activities, no matter what those activities are. I would love to be able to come against criminals charging $100 a leaf. You can't do that, I understand, but I appreciate, Robbie, what you've done to present this. Council Member Meyer.
Just want to say again, it does not impede anyone's rights for recreational medicinal use, and because of that, I'm ready to make a motion. As detailed in the staff report, introduce and waive first reading of an ordinance to amend the municipal code regarding penalties for the illegal cultivation.
I think Council Member Mendoza is trying to say something.
Oh, I'm hearing a lot of feedback. That's all I heard. Sorry.
Robbie, I have a question. When it comes, because it is dangerous for our communities to have these grow houses, if someone, like I've actually had friends that say, I think there's a grow house, and this is before I was elected. I'm like, well, I don't know what you're going to do. What is the best thing for a resident to do if they think there's a grow house?
Yeah, so we get those reports. Sometimes it comes directly through the Brentwood Connect 24/7 app, which is a great way for people to report it. They can report it to community enrichment, and they can also report it to the PD. We collaborate, we share that information back and forth. So yeah, we would investigate it jointly.
PG&E ever like say, hey, what the heck? Like, do they ever send reporting like this house went from $300 a month electricity to like $1,500? Or do you never partner with PG&E on that?
PG&E doesn't report individuals because you have to remember this is a cash business. And so they are bringing in so much money that they are able to go ahead and pay that elevated PG&E bill. It doesn't seem to be a deterrent for them. Many of the homes that we're seeing with these large scale operations have quite a bit of solar on the roof. So that helps a little bit to defray those costs. But PG&E does not report the grows to law enforcement or to any code enforcement agencies that I'm aware of. It's usually brought forward with residents that are seeing this activity and suspect a grow. They will report it.
Thank you.
Do I need to read again?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
We have a first and a second. Margaret?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood amending section 9.50.040 of the Brentwood Municipal Code to update penalties for the illegal cultivation of marijuana. And roll call vote. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay, moving into item E2. Pertains to ordinances establishing campaign contribution limits on candidates for city elective office. And our city attorney, Damien Brower, will present. Damien.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you said, this item pertains to a recent request that council made for staff to look into drafting campaign contribution limits for the 2022 election and beyond. By way of just brief background, state law does permit cities to set up their own campaign contribution limits, or they can default to the state's limit of $4,900. And that's what Brentwood has done since that law was passed. Tonight, though, you have two ordinances before you. The first is an urgency ordinance, which would go into effect when adopted. It ensures that what it does, it ensures that these laws are in place when the nomination period opens for districts 2 and 4. And that'll be on July 18th, 2022. The second ordinance is a non-urgency ordinance, and that'll go into effect as all your other non-urgency ordinances do, or regular ordinances, 30 days after adoption or around August 26th. And when that happens, the urgency ordinance will automatically be appealed. This is very similar to what you did with the CFDs. It ensures that if anyone challenges the urgency of your urgency ordinance, the other one is still moving through the process, and it'll get adopted. The municipal code additions in both ordinances are identical. Each imposes a $500 per person per election limit on contributions to a candidate for city elective office. This limit, it doesn't apply to contributions made to political committees that are not controlled by candidates. And also the new contribution limit applies to those contributions that were made after July 13th, 2022. Anything made on or prior to the July 13th, 2022 wouldn't go towards that $500 limit. Regarding enforcement of the ordinance, absent a separate contract with the FPPC, the Fair Political Practices Commission, who enforces most campaign laws on a state level, the agency will only enforce local ordinances that align with their regulations. So they wouldn't enforce what we have in place now. They wouldn't enforce something that doesn't, which would be the lower numbers that we'd be proposing. That means the city is then responsible for enforcing these ordinances. And since the city manager and I report directly to the council, it wouldn't be appropriate for us or our staffs to enforce these ordinances and these regulations that are in place. It therefore sets up a neutral third-party enforcement authority to do this work. And given the short time we had to put this in place because we had the election deadline coming up, we weren't able to put a request for proposals together for this, nor were we able to enter into a contract with the FPPC to do the enforcement. Therefore, for this election cycle, this particular election cycle, we're recommending the city retain the services of Gary Winnick, who's an attorney with the Kaufman Law Group, legal group, to serve as a third-party enforcement authority. Mr. Winnick, as the biography states in the staff report, is an expert on campaign finance and election issues. In addition, he previously served as a chief of the FPP's enforcement division. So he was in charge of their enforcement efforts for about a 5-year period. Regarding penalties, things that Mr. Winnick would be looking at, the ordinance allows the enforcement authority resolve complaints that he receives by taking no action if there's nothing to do, if there's no violation there, or if there is a violation, he finds there's a violation, to enforce it through administrative citation fines, which Robbie talked about just a few minutes ago, civil action, or referring the matter to the district attorney for criminal prosecution, criminal enforcement. At least consider that as an option. Now, finally, it's really difficult to assess how much this work is going to cost, this enforcement work is going to cost. And so primarily because that's dependent on the number of violations, the types of violations. So if there's no violations in the election year, it's going to be easy. If there's a whole bunch and they're complicated, it will cost more money. At this time, staff recommends the council appropriate $25,000 to retain the third-party investigator. And the urgency ordinance that we have before you includes a general fund budget amendment of $25,000 for these efforts. And with that, that concludes my report. Along with the city manager, city clerk, we have Tom Willis, an attorney with the law firm of Olson Remcho, who assisted us on this to answer any of your questions. And I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Rarey.
Yes, if a husband and wife both make a donation of $500, are they able to make it out of the same checking account?
Yes, I believe they are. And that's based on state law that does not count as aggregate the joint donations of a husband and a wife.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Council Member Meyer.
Do we know of any of the cities who have passed it? Because I understand there's a pretty significant list of cities that have passed similar ordinances on this. Have there been any problems with it? Have they had any problems with pushback litigation? I mean, whatever. I'm curious how this is going.
Honestly, Councilmember Meyer, I don't know that. We've been so focused on trying to get something in place for you within the deadlines we had. We haven't surveyed the cities on how they've been doing. Clearly, there are certain things that we can't do and we don't have them in our ordinance. For instance, limiting people's ability to contribute to political action committees. Things of that sort. We can't, the Supreme Court's been fairly clear on that. We can't put those sorts of regulations in place. If we did, we'd likely be challenged. So we tried to look at what is out there and what we felt was the most legally defensible. And this is our first go with this. And we have, once we're through this cycle, we can see what worked, what didn't, and we can come back with you, come back to you. One example I'm going to give is the enforcement authority. I would recommend that when we're done with this election cycle, that let staff go out and talk with the FEPC perhaps, and see if they can do this, what they would charge for this, what their process is. And also maybe if that's not the right way, maybe do an RFP and see who else is out there. I think Mr. Winnick will be doing an excellent job right now, but if we had more time, I would have liked to have done an RFP to give you some options on who's out there. But again, we're limited by the opening of the nomination period on the 18th.
And just to be clear, if there's a recall campaign, this limit does not count?
The limit doesn't count for the recall campaign itself, but if candidates are running for the open seat, if the recall goes forward, then it would count for those candidates. And I don't have the exact section, but I believe that we do reference that in the ordinance.
Yeah, that's clear enough. If a contributor violates and gives over the amount, the candidate can just return the check, or do they have to file a report? And is the contributor also violating? And is there a penalty for that?
The contribution limits violations apply both to the contributor and the candidate accepting the contributions. They could both be held for violating the section. It falls within subsection C6 that says if a contribution is made that violates this section, the candidate or treasurer must refuse a contribution. If it gets put into the campaign trust account, then the treasurer must report it in writing within 10 days of receipt of the unlawful contribution to the city clerk. and explain what happened, why it happened, and then return the money. If that doesn't happen, then they need to forfeit that amount, and it comes to the city, and they could also face the enforcement authorities' efforts.
Okay. The last question. What is the process for people to report?
They can report to the city clerk's office. I believe that's how it goes. That's the steps. And then there's some specific things they need to fill out in the complaint. And we don't have the form prepared yet because we didn't know what you're going to do tonight. But once, if this goes forward, we'll have a complaint form that they would fill out, and they need to sign it under penalty of perjury.
Would it be anonymous?
I don't believe so, no, because they'd have to sign a penalty of perjury, so we need to know their name.
Well, I mean, would the person who made the violation and was reported on, would they find out who reported them? Could they?
Possibly. I don't want to give a definitive no to that because of the state public records laws. We do traditionally try and keep complainants' names confidential. This is a bit different because they're making the complaint and they're filling out a specific form and signing under penalty of perjury. I think some of those rights they would lose on that. Their ability to keep that confidential I think it'd be more difficult for us, but we would certainly look at that and make that determination.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no more questions of staff, then at this time, we will open public comments.
I received one written public comment on this item. Let me go ahead and share my screen. A summary is shown on the screen. Full copies of these comments will be made available on the City Council agenda webpage. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I do have one hand raised. I'll call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief because it's late. I totally support this. I think it's a great idea. $500, I think, is a generous amount for, having run some no rezone campaigns and things like that around here. All you really need is some yard signs and some door hangers and a little bit of footwork. Anybody that's got some public support is going to be able to run a good campaign. So I think it's ample funding. If you can get a few people to throw in a few $100s your way, you'll be golden. And especially with districting now, the city councils candidates only have to reach about 9,000 people apiece. So I think this is a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comment, move into council discussion. Council Member Mendoza.
Yeah, I brought this one. Karen and I brought this, Council Member Rarey and I brought this forward. And I just think it's something we need in town. We've been hearing it from our residents forever. I was a big proponent of this before I ran. And time and time again, we hear it from everyone. And I actually did some research, and the organizations that actually don't want campaign funding limits is PACs. And it's because they don't want to do all the paperwork because there's so many disclosures and all that good stuff. So PACs don't want limits, but most people do. And actually a Pew Research study that came out said 77% of Americans want campaign funding limits. The other thing we hear is that it helps incumbents. And actually, I've also found studies that say that low limits do not have uncompetitive effects. They actually, in limits of $500 and below, have more competitive elections. So it actually allows more people to participate, which I would welcome. Like, run against me. I would love to see more people with more ideas. So, I don't buy it's for the incumbents, because we will all have to work as hard. We will all have to stick to the facts and stick to the policy that we believe in. And yeah, I'd love to see campaign finance limits. And I think 500 is good. I would have gone lower, but 500 is good.
Councilmember Rarey.
And I would agree with that too. If you look at the majority of donations that are made by into into a candidate's campaign, they may be 100 to 250, sometimes $500. And because that's what our local residents can afford to do. And if we can set a campaign limit of 500, and that's 1,000 per couple, then it does even out the playing field. And somebody they made a comment about it'll help the incumbents. I don't see how it will. If everybody's playing on an even playing field, it should make it a lot easier for people to run, because they know that they don't have to find those huge bucks because the candidate next to them is going to have that same amount put on them. So with that, I was going to make the motion, but I will. So with that, I will make a motion, and where's my red? As detailed in the staff report, adopt an urgency ordinance to impose campaign contribution limits on candidates for city elective office and amend the 2022-23 general fund operating budget.
I will second that.
We have a first and a second. Margaret.
An urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood amending Chapter 2.10, General Municipal Election of Title II, Administration and Personnel of the Brentwood Municipal Code to add a new section 2.10.065, Mayor and City Council campaign contribution limitations, and amending the 2023 General Fund operating budget in the amount of $25,000 for enforcement-related expenses. Council Member Mendoza.
Yes.
Council Member Meyer.
Yes.
Council Member Rarey.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
No, I'm kidding. Aye. Aye, definitely aye. Okay.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay, I will make the next motion as detailed in the staff report, introduce and waive first reading of an ordinance to impose campaign contribution limits on candidates for city elective office.
I will second that.
We have a first and a second. Margaret.
An ordinance of the City of Brentwood amending Chapter 2.10, General Municipal Election of Title II, Administration and Personnel of the Brentwood Municipal Code to add a new section 2.10.065, Mayor and City Council contribution limitations. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Now we will move into item E3 concerning the celebration of the city's 75th anniversary incorporation, and City Manager Tim Ogden will present. Tim.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item is a little more lighthearted and fun and adventurous. We're looking forward to about 6 months from now, the celebration of our 75th anniversary as an incorporated city. And the staff report outlines lots of different ideas that include 2 new community events that we're proposing, and maybe a third if we can find a good partner to pull off a Cornfest again, if partner and a location, as well as tagging on to existing events that we have throughout the year that already scheduled that we've just cross-market the 75th anniversary with. Various activities to engage residents and to have different competitions throughout the year, engaging all the other stakeholders and partners throughout the community, nonprofits, et cetera, that want to participate, and put together a great comprehensive program that would last all of 2023, kickstarting with a big birthday party bash on January 21st. That would be the 75th birthday, and finish out the year at an end of the year gala in November of 2023, where we'd celebrate all of the city founders that we can find, those who've played a critical role in the shaping of the city, and all the volunteers throughout the year who've helped participate to make it a fun, exciting year for our residents. Your operating budget that you approved a meeting or 2 ago adopted $75,000 of general fund to contribute towards the pulling off of all these events, activities, and merchandising, sponsorship opportunities. And so we have the budget allocation now, and with your blessing and any additional ideas of what you'd like us to consider, we'll look for your direction tonight to authorize us to proceed accordingly with these various ideas.
Councilmember Rarey.
So I've got two things. The first is that for anybody who's had kids go through the Brentwood Union School District elementary school level, in third grade, they teach local history. And there's actually the Brentwood musical that there's a score to it and everything. And it might be fun to have that. I mean, I still remember the song, and my youngest is what, 25, and I still remember the song from that musical. I'm not going to sing it for you guys. I don't want to torture you guys. But anyway, it might be fun to get an elementary school or to get the teen performing arts to do it if the elementary school doesn't want to do it. It was written by Wanda Hill, who is a music teacher for the Brentwood School District. It was probably written, it had to be back in the probably late 1990s, if not earlier than that. Well, at least my kids was doing it back in the late 1990s. So it could have been before that period. But I think it'd be fun to have that performance, whether it's a summertime thing. It might be too cold at winter time, but maybe it's a summertime thing.
Sure.
Oh, and the other thing is out in Walnut Creek, in areas of hillsides, and I forget what they were celebrating, but the different service groups went out and planted daffodils, massings of daffodils in areas, so that it, and if we started that in November in planting, it would be blooming, and we'd have daffodils popping up all over our city.
Wow.
That's another idea.
Very good.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Why is I thought our logo was green. Why is the logo blue?
The designer in-house felt like the blue and silver would be kind of a 75th themed silver anniversary, but we're open to some suggestions if it's.
I was just because I feel like our logo, like, and even the website now it's blue, and I'm like, I feel like it's always been green. I've always felt that's our color, unless I'm off. But I was just wondering, like, why that was it. And then, can you explain what external partners, Chamber and Downtown Business, $75 incentive program for business? What does that mean?
So this was just some initial conversations had with some of the key nonprofits, and suggested that maybe the Chamber puts together a program with all their businesses to mirror the number of 75. So maybe they offer $75 incentive dollars. And again, this is their funds, not the city's, but some kind of programming to really capitalize on the number 75 in various ways.
Okay. Karen, the original historical play production's on there.
What?
It's on there, under external partners, Ghost Light Theater Ensemble, original Brentwood historical play production.
Yeah, I reached out to Ghostlight, and they said they would be honored to put together an original play that recognized.
Yeah,
that one.
From the elementary school level.
Okay, those are my only, that was my question. I was just wondering why blue and not green, but that's.
Councilmember Meyer.
I love this kind of stuff. It's my jam. And I think I love the idea of the kids like having a school day where they dress in 1948, where like something like the, pioneers, whatever, that kind of stuff. I think like treasure hunt placements of the logo or something around the city where people can get a prize if they catch all of them. They see all the placements around the city. It's really fun stuff. I think like there's a mention of 60-second videos but I think it'd be fun to do 75 second because that's kind of a challenge to fit
Oh, there you go.
that exact time.
Sure.
I think like a youth poetry contest about what it means to live in Brentwood would be super fun. I mean, there's so many fun things that can come around this. And I think we are absolutely still ripe for coming into something really positive in the city, especially knock on wood, by then we should be raring to go even more. So
better be.
Absolutely loving all of this. I think the ideas are fantastic and I'm sure they're going to just keep coming. So I'm very happy about it. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, it could be depending on what PATA brings up, but having just a 75 out there, that didn't excite me as much as the rest of the things. Because, you know, people may go, well, what's that 75 for? What's it? But
well, that's what I was saying, the logo, like if it's a logo and a window cling in a window, or if it's a logo.
No, PATA was going to do I
thought you were talking about that. Okay.
Academy was going to do a 75.
Got it.
For their art project.
Yeah, I see that.
But
they could do an art project that was based on something from 1948 too. It doesn't have to be the number 75. Right?
That would be better than a 75 type.
Yeah, I would think so too. I mean, we've got half of our, you know, our journey to where we are today, and then something in that area would be really great too. Something in using that path would be fantastic for something.
I think also partnering with like Sip and Scoop and DB Chalk Art that does that chalk art, doing something specific because everyone takes pictures there. That is like I think more people take pictures there than the butterfly wings. So
I think that's a great idea.
Maybe they can offer 75 flavors of ice cream.
She doesn't have that many spaces.
Yeah. But 1948 wasn't pioneer wear. That's like the beginning of Christian.
No, I wasn't talking about pioneer wear from 48. I was talking about like when kids get into pioneer wear to celebrate history.
Oh, yes.
I was using that as an example.
Like Christian Dior.
You're like, don't you even know your history? Yeah,
no,
I totally get it.
Okay.
I would love to see some of the families that were some of the founding families of the city of Brentwood have an opportunity to present some of their family history, or, you know, Brentwood is absolutely full of amazing people that came here and, you know, made this community great. And I would love to see as many of those as possible. I'd love to see a parade, of course, but also the different service clubs, all of our commissions have something that they can contribute, as well as you know, every different part of the city, the community, just something everybody can buy into to some degree. That'd be great.
And I think the idea of looking at 1948 in Brentwood, and I'm not talking about time capsule stuff. I'm talking about like ongoing articles or social media posts that talk about life in 1948 in Brentwood.
Well, speaking about time capsules, that would be an interesting thing potentially.
It's on the list.
Yeah, that would be something we do at the birthday party in January, is open up the time capsule that we have from 1997 that recognized the 50th anniversary, and share and enjoy that with residents who may still have been around from then, and then put together one that would bury again that would open on the 100th anniversary and have some fun with that.
That sounds great. Well, if there are no more clarifying questions, like we kind of combined some stuff tonight, but of staff, then we'll open public comments.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised.
Okay. Close public comments, move into council discussion or a motion.
Hey, you know, for that PATA project, how about some type of tile thing of a 1948 pickup, you know, that would be used out on the farms in a farm field, because, you know, that's what Brentwood was back then. Anyway.
Council Member Mendoza.
Yeah, I mean, I know I just said it, but I would really like the idea of partnering with Vicki Little at Sip and Scoop and doing something really special on that wall. I mean, I know the artist for DB Chalk Art, she's so talented. I'm sure she could come up with something great. So I think that'd be something nice to add to the list. But I think your list is great. I think it'll be fun. I also like the one about July 4th doing something after the parade. So I stayed downtown after the parade to have lunch. It was a ghost town. Like, there was no one left. And it happened last year too. Like, as soon as the parades are over, it's a ghost town. I know people want to go home with their families, but if we could do something to encourage some economic development downtown for people who want to stay, that would be great.
We did the first couple of years, but when COVID hit, we did it afterward.
Yeah. But just, yeah. So, I mean, just a thought. I like the stuff after the 4th of July.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we have staff spend time and resources on this issue. All we need.
Second.
Okay, we have a first, second, roll call vote, please.
Council Member Mendoza,
Yes.
Council Member Meyer,
Yes.
Council Member Rarey,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye.
and motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Moving into request for future agenda items. Are there any new future agenda item requests tonight? Seeing none, we'll move into item F2.1. Future agenda item request from Council Member Meyer related to the creation of a subcommittee to review services for youth council. And Council Member Meyer, you could explain your request.
Thank you. The idea for this has been going on for a long time, and I think that we're touching on bits and pieces of youth services through the interagency, through the youth center discussion that we had. But I would like to get this a little bit more focused. And the original meeting that I had with the chief and Captain Silva was a while back, and talking about nonprofit partnerships and what they were able to offer when it comes to resources to youth in Brentwood specifically. And it went beyond that and brought in Bruce to talk about some of those issues. Then it became a conversation actually with Oakley, Councilmember Anissa Williams, and their Parks and Rec director and their chief of police. We all got together and talked about things like on a regional level. They're going to create an ad hoc as well for their specific, needs that they're talking about. But it also, part of this came from the school shootings and the prevalence of them, the connections to school shootings and mental health. I watched an interview with a woman named Dr. Jillian Peterson, who's the author of the Violence Project, that said that part of her work was to study school shootings. And according to her research, most likely perpetrators of school-based violence are 15 to 18-year-old white males who are suicidal. I'm not saying mental health gives them the excuse. I'm just saying we're seeing over and over again the issues of what mental health does, what our long-term impacts of bullying are. If we look at teen suicide, I was going to have the chief say something. I don't know if he's still on the line to talk a little bit about what he's seeing in the city, because from what I'm understanding, speaking with community members, speaking with the chief, our numbers are high. Clearly, the city can't answer everything. The city can't be the be all and end all for all the services that youth need. Bruce and his team did put together a list of resources of just basically going online and doing research about nonprofits that offer what resource to youth specifically, but it hasn't been vetted. His team was not able to take the time to call each one and find out exactly what they offer, what's changed. Are they still in existence? Did they die during COVID, that kind of thing? So my thought on the youth, on the ad hoc would be to bring in the two council members, although if this is something where we don't have two council members interested in taking part at this time, but the idea is still okay, maybe we could even wait till the next election, but just kind of plant the seed. But to bring in the police and Parks and Rec, nonprofit leaders, community members, because I think that there are a lot that have feedback that they would like to share. Church leaders with parishes that have youth programs, scout leaders, youth commission, and then the ad hoc would have discretion to bring people into the discussion. And I think there are several outcomes that could come from this. One of them is, as I initially discussed, that it could potentially strengthen any chance we have of being considered for Measure X dollars for a youth center based in East County. And we know that Brentwood is not always seen as having a high need when it comes to violence, for example. But if we were able to find a way to serve East County as a whole, and again, bring this into a regional discussion, that could make our case a little bit stronger. Antioch just got a huge, I think it was $1.8 million grant to address mental health and youth violence. So there is a lot of attention on this right now. And I feel like, again, we're touching on it through different things, but I would like to see it get more cohesive. So in addition to the Measure X strengthening, it could be a youth resources guide. We do one for seniors. We've got web pages specific to that. We don't have a youth resources guide that can go to families that can help them to know how to get connected. We could work on anti-bullying campaigns. We could work on campaigns around mental health stigmas, public education about available resources when it comes to like social and web and on the web page, and working with local media. And also look at identifying places where sites in the city where additional youth programming could be held. And when I say that, I'm thinking of the survey that came out when we were doing the youth center ad hoc committee, and the survey went out, and so many of these responses we got from families and kids were non-traditional. They weren't looking for wrestling and cheer. They were looking for mentoring opportunities, and how to cook, how to interview for a job, how to apply for college, those kinds of things. And so my thoughts are kind of more in that direction than specifically like tennis, which we already offer, for example. This is just kind of filling in some gaps and working together with a lot of different partners to figure out how we can fix some of the problems that we're facing in the city that have gotten worse since COVID, that we haven't gotten through, the suicide, the mental health, those kinds of things. So that's where that came from.
Thank you. At this time, we'll open public comments.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have one hand raised. I'll go ahead and call on Rod, and then I'll share the speaker timer. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's hard to not see the news every time we have one of these school shootings. And I think if there's something that we can do that would prevent even one, and if it's something that was as simple as going around and just figuring out what people need and whether we can help them, I'm always in favor of that. So I do hope this goes through. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments. Is there, yes, Council Member Mendoza.
I see the need for this greatly. And you and I have talked a little bit about what I'm working on, but not through the city. So I am actually working with La Clínica de la Raza, and I've spoken to Superintendent Volta about getting an on-site clinic at schools. There's a lot of low-income kids in Brentwood, Oakley, that go to their schools that don't have medical service, whether those be mental or physical. So I feel like we're kind of duplicating efforts in a bit of a way. I do think we need more park and rec activities. We have asked our staff before a couple of times to work on grants and to work on scholarships, and we have not heard anything back on that at all. And when it comes to, and also to look at the courses they're offering, right? So we talked about a homework club. So I would like to hear what Park and Rec has done on those three fronts, I'm not a big proponent of ad hoc committees. I never have been. I wasn't with the last one. I'm not with this one. It was just things. I'm not a big fan. I think that if we're going to do this, it should go to the youth commission and talk to them about what they think. I think that I would like to see you talk to the school districts first. We know that they're getting a ton of funding right now on mental health, a ton. So what are they doing with their funding? And they probably have a long list of resources too. So I think maybe first it's a school conversation, and then let's say, what can we do to partner with them? And then does it become a strategic initiative? Because how many dollars are we going to need for it? And, you know, how much staff time is in there? And I just feel like we're duplicating efforts on what the schools are doing. And maybe it's because, you know, there's interagency where we can bring this up and, you know, the next interagency meeting, or you could reach out to Volta like I'm doing on the health clinic, but not right now. Like the reason I'm doing part of that is I also know staff is super overwhelmed right now. We've given them a lot of work. So anything I can do on my own, I'm happy to do. So I that's where I think right now, I think there's opportunities to do this outside of staff and just kind of be your own project right now. And then once you get all this legwork done, then if you need city resources, then we can talk about that. And what do those look like?
Council Member Rarey.
So, you know, when I first got on the council, I pushed forward on something not exactly like this, but you know, some of you know that I have a child who was bullied and who was you know, suicidal, and so I tried to reach out to school district in order to, you know, the electeds, to see what I could do to find a way to work together with them regarding bullying in schools and so forth. Although it's not really what city councils are for. While we want the health of our community, they're better and able to do that. But we do have an interagency that's got the fire department, that's got the police department, that's got both Brentwood Union School District and Liberty Union High School District, as well as 2 council members that are part of it. And that might be the area to look at this. There's an immense amount of Measure X funding for mental health for youth specifically, you know, and what those grants might look at, or if there's even grants available through that. But I think the interagency might be the way to bring all of those together, because they're already meeting together, instead of creating another one with a lot of the same groups, or with the main stakeholders and then other, you know, the resources outside of that, and getting them to bring all together the resources that they have, so that we aren't duplicating things. Just a thought.
Councilmember Meyer.
I see what you're saying. I do think we're missing the boat when it comes to filling these gaps. I think the nonprofit partners have not been part of the discussion with the intra-agency. I think the Measure X thing is something else entirely. I think the idea of the Parks and Rec filling in some of these things like the survey talked about, because that was city initiated. So for the Parks and Rec to be able to talk about like finding the sites where they could do a cooking class, for example. I would like to actually poll Bruce. I think he's still on, to get some feedback on this. I get what you're saying. The duplication of efforts is a big deal. But I also don't believe that the churches with the parishes and the scouts and the nonprofit serving serving youth, those, I feel like they need to be brought in. If that looks different from what I'm talking about. And Bruce, I'd love your feedback here.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and council members. So I've had some initial discussions with Council Member Meyer. And I do feel that there is a need for some of these areas. I think that having these kinds of discussions between Parks and Recreation and the police department and other, the schools and nonprofits can allow us to position ourselves well for Measure X and identify some additional resources. A youth resource guide, I think, is a really good idea. And something that could be very beneficial to our residents. And again, I don't want to duplicate services, but it would be a matter of trying to put things together in one place and identifying for our youth what is available at our schools, what is available with the city, what is available for nonprofits, our religious communities, our private sector. And when you see all of these things in one place, I think you realize there are actually a lot of things going on in Brentwood already. And it's not a matter of duplicating services, but a matter of trying to kind of be a one-stop guide for seeing what's available. So if that helps to help clarify a little bit about what this might be about.
Could we have at our next interagency, Bruce attend, because we will have the police department and the school districts all there. Could we have them there and put this on the agenda to talk about with them? Because I'm sure they already have a big list of resources. So could we put that on there and see what they already have and see if after we get everything they have, do we still have a gap?
Yeah, I think that definitely could be an agenda item for that interdistrict. I think as you've observed, they don't get deep in the trenches of policy making and figuring things out, but they certainly could entertain that discussion and go a little deeper than they have.
Yeah,
and we
and I
can
think
certainly
if we
schedule a special meeting sooner than when they regularly would be meeting to expedite that as well.
Yeah, if you want to do that with Interreg, and then we can send them an email of what we're looking for, like mental health, what kind of resources do they have? And we can start there and see if that's kind of what you're looking for. Because I think they already do a lot of this and they're getting a lot of the money where we need to start applying for grants. And I know we had talked about having a person do grants. So I know, Bruce, how often does your team look at grants that are available out there? Because if we're going to take on the role of being people who are providing mental health resource information, that sits heavy on my chest, right? Because we as a council are committing to something. And if we're committing to being these people that they can come to when they're having, for resources, then we better be prepared and we better have the funds. I don't want to have to do anything when it comes to this. And that's why I would like to talk to the school districts first, because the kids are with them 24/7. These teachers know who needs the help. They talk about it. The counselors talk about it. The kids talk about it. And if you have kids in school, the kids know who in school, they're like, that one, like we'd be scared to be in a classroom with that one. So I think we first need to talk, before we start recreating the wheel, let's see what already exists at the school district. Because again, if we're going to do this, I want to do it right. And that means we need to start looking at grants. And we need to have someone on staff that is a subject matter expert. We cannot drop any balls if this is the role we're going to take on as a city.
Yes, I can comment on that, Council Member Mendoza. So I guess for me in my discussions with Council Member Meyer about this, it was more about having an ad hoc and that can start to have these discussions. I don't know that I would envision Parks and Recreation in the city being a social service provider for mental health. I think it's more a discussion about services that are out there and if there are gaps. And she mentioned things about some different programming, but I don't know that, social services and mental health would necessarily be like an area that we would really specialize in, but more or less identifying areas and really working with the school district. So if there is some kind of anti-bullying campaign, that we could partner with the school districts, with the police department, with Parks and Rec and the city to do a citywide anti-bullying campaign that we could market and do some special programming around, things like that.
Yeah, and I think anytime the school does something and they want to post something, or they want us to share something, or, you know, send something out in our utility bills, by all means, we should be stepping up and doing that. Like, I don't think there's any problem. I mean, Tim, if I'm not speaking out of turn, that if they said, hey, do you post this on your social media? I think we would do that, no problem. But I guess I'm not, yeah, is it just a list that we're looking for that we would provide on a website? Or I guess I'm not understanding exactly what our role is then.
Councilmember Meyer.
For me, our role is definitely not to be the social service hub for resources. To me, it's about bringing people to the table. And as a city and as a council, we can do that. We can invite people to the table that might not get together otherwise. And again, I'm talking also about community members. I think that some of the parents who have dealt with some challenges around these areas are at this point unheard in any other forum. So I think that would be important. I think, again, like I said, scout leaders, church, you know, nonprofits would be a part of this conversation to identify where the gaps are. Some of the survey results, like I said, like the cooking and the mentoring and those kind of things, maybe we could do a little bit more if we've got that specifically. We find out, okay, this is where they stop. Where can we pick up with a Parks and Rec program that we don't currently have, that we might be able to get a grant for, that we might be able to use the senior center for at night when it's not being used, that kind of thing. So it's really about the collaboration. And I understand what you're saying. I just feel like the status quo is no longer working as a whole. And Brentwood has not had, knock on wood, severe issues in this area, but we do know suicide rates are up. We know depression is up. We know that kids are having a hard time getting in with a psychologist or a psychiatrist in any kind of a timely manner. So I think it's enough of a problem for us that we need to do something bigger than what we've done before, more collaborative than what we've done before. Is on. So I'm going to stop talking.
Councilmember Rarey.
Again, I think we've got the interagency that's already bringing the main stakeholders together and finding out what's out there, what their resources are, see what is missing, and if they need to, you know, go from there. But to create another ad hoc to deal with the same groups, because I mean their time is limited too, and without bringing the school districts in, I mean, they're the largest children population in our city is at the school district. So if we're not working directly with them, what's the purpose of having this ad hoc without them? And so that's why I suggested the interagency, because they're already meeting together. The police chief is already there. The fire chief isn't there, but I'm sure there'll be another representative there from the fire department who also deals with mental health of children that are out there. So I think that's a good starting point to bring all the resources and compile them at that point, and then see what else needs to be done. But to create another ad hoc just seems like extra work.
Before I go to Councilmember Meyer again, I'm sorry, it's early. One of the things that's very important to all of us, clearly, from what's been said tonight, is the protection and the safety of our community, and especially our children, our young people. From what I'm hearing from Councilmember Meyer, this ad hoc would do precisely the opposite of duplicating efforts. It would bring people together to find out what efforts are being presented to prevent the duplication of efforts, having these people all at the same table. Again, an ad hoc committee literally means for purpose. So it is for a specific purpose for a limited amount of time. To accomplish that, I think we could have either a council member or a city staff member that goes to the meeting that has everyone there, present this information, see what they can do to bring back some information to the ad hoc committee, then have representatives from the school district and from nonprofits and from religious organizations. This doesn't have to be a long, lengthy, ongoing thing. It can be something that ties everything together to find out where the gaps are and create a solution that can then be handed into the laps of those that are the more appropriate for whatever area the gap is in. I think the conversation is well worth having, and I'm in support of that for a couple of reasons. One of my vocations is I'm a counselor, and I deal with the families and I deal with the young people that are struggling right now, and we've never seen anything like what we're seeing in our young people as far as what has been magnified by what they've been through for the last 2.5 years through COVID. And there aren't easy answers because we've never seen this happen before. So I would be in support of an ad hoc committee to bring these conversations together, and so that we can find out where the result end needs to be, with who needs to be in charge of what. Chief Hansen, I see your hand.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council. Hey, I just wanted to jump in here really quick because this conversation took place. It was a casual conversation between myself and Council Member Meyer regarding some problems we were having at our city park. If you recall that conversation, Council Member, just about, what is offered to some of these kids that, hang out at the park. Is there opportunities? And it sparked that conversation where we started to look in. I think Councilmember Meyer was getting some inquiries from some of our parents, some of our single parents that were at work and didn't have oversight of their kids. And I worked with Bruce just to say, hey, what is out there? There's a ton of stuff out there in our community. When I think of our leaders and I think of your leadership, I think of collaboration, and we can never go wrong collaborating. We are strong leadership in Brentwood. I believe we're strong leaders in the East County region. So whenever we talk collaboration, I'm all for that. I agree with almost everything all the council members are saying tonight. I don't think it's our responsibility to raise these kids or go out there and try to, we can't. I've done it. I've tried it for 34 years. I can't raise your kid once they're, a certain age. However, we can help these parents, direct them in the right way. The mayor's absolutely right. We're seeing things during COVID that we've never seen before. These kids need help. They need guidance. They need more help. But I am not a fan of the city taking on total responsibility for this, but I am a big fan of collaborating. I would agree with the mayor that there's nothing wrong with getting a group together to sit down and collaborate, these different groups, get them in there. I would say that I don't think the interagency is the appropriate place. I mean, we can get some direction there, but we're not going to get into some heavy duty conversations and decision making there, but we can get direction from those leaders. I can direct my folks, the superintendents can direct their folks to get involved in this. Bullying is a huge problem we have in our schools. We have had it. I think we've dropped the ball. I would say from the police department and the school districts, if you want me to be quite honest with you, we can do a whole lot more of that. So there are some things out there that I think we can get together as a group, collaborate with all these groups. And I agree, get everything that's out there. There's a ton of stuff. Bruce's shop did a great job of really doing some research to find out what is out there. I think a guide to show these parents where they can get help, where they can get mental health help. But again, I don't think we're on the hook to provide that. But I think as leaders of this city and working in collaboration with the nonprofits, the private companies, the school districts, and all the stakeholders in our city, I'm a fan of that. And that's something that I would like to be part of. So thank you, Mayor, for letting me have that time.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Chief. Council Member Meyer.
Just wanted to clarify one thing, and I did not mention schools as being part of this. I certainly intended to, but it was on my list and I just didn't mention it. So I didn't want anyone to think I was trying to exclude schools from a conversation that would be so critically involving schools. So my apologies for that.
Council Member Mendoza.
How would you feel about, and I know we're not going to go into deep stuff with interagency, but what if at the next interagency, we ask them an agenda item is like, come prepared to speak to resources, and people come and give presentations. So we could ask Volta and Eaton to come and present all of their resources. We get those lists of resources and we bring them back to another city council meeting. We can see, is this what you're looking for? Is it not? And then that could be the next step. Like, okay, so did you get everything you wanted? No, you didn't get everything you needed or wanted. So we still need to do more work. Could we see what they have to say first before we create any ad hoc committee?
I think you're making sense on that, but the issue I have with that is that, again, the church leaders and nonprofits and scouts, those people are not part of the conversation. So I think it would be a basis for what their knowledge base is. But I think
they might have church leaders on their list. That's what I'm saying. They might already have made a bunch of contacts that we can then use. So we don't know what they have and what they don't have, right? I know
that's what I've been trying to say.
Well, I think part of it for me too is
like, for example, at Heritage, they do have a Christian group. My daughters have been there to lunch, and they do talk about bullying and mental health. So I know that the schools do stuff for it, and a lot of these clubs are actually taking avenues to do that kind of thing. So that's one of the reasons. I mean, my kids are there right now. I know the emails that I get from schools and Carrie Wells. So I know that the schools have resources, and I think that would let's do that first. Come back to you with, this is what the interagency had to offer. These are the resources. And then you can say, that's not what I'm looking for. That is what I'm looking for. Or you know what, better yet, Eaton and Volta say, we want to work with the city. We want to, do this and, bring everyone together, and they have like another avenue to do it. But I think
one of the things that we're missing here is also resources for the parents. It's not just what the kids are getting at school. It's what the parents are finding out that they have access to as parents that they can introduce.
But I think that's where you're not listening to me too. They have, I'm not talking about just for the kids. I'm talking about for the whole, these counselors will call you as a parent and say, this is what's going on. This is what you can do. So I think we should just figure out what resources they have, not just for the child, but also for the whole entire family.
Okay. And I think part of my issue is that I've never heard a full report of what happens at the interagency. Do you know what I mean? I've not heard like an overview of what happens in the meeting and what they're accomplishing and what their goals are. And I would be willing to do that. I think I do still think there's a need, but I would be willing to start there.
Okay, I just think that's where we start. We come back to you with a list of everything we discussed, and then we can go from there. Because I know they do a lot, so that could be our foundation. Okay, these are all of these different avenues to get help. Where do we have a gap after knowing all of that? Right? Because if they're already doing a lot of that, then we don't have to do that work. It's already there. The information's available.
And did some too.
The school districts have had parent foundation classes, or your kid's a teen, now what?
Yeah, I mean, my kids graduated from Heritage. So I understand there's resources, and I'm just saying we're in a different world. I'm saying status quo is not enough anymore. I'm okay with starting here with this suggestion. Part of the reason for that is because I know this is not going to move forward. If we're split in two, nothing's going to move forward. So if we can move forward with that suggestion, then I'm okay with it.
Yeah, and I'll even tell you, my kids play sports. Tim's play sports. Like, these coaches are watching out for everything. I do believe that the schools and the people that work there are really focusing on the kids that need the help. So I think
it's fine. We'll do that. That's absolutely fine.
Okay.
Okay, so since this item does require a vote, according to our agenda, do I have a motion on this item?
I'd like to make a motion for this overview to be presented to the interagency at the next available meeting, and then potentially brought back to council for further action and report. I'm not sure how else to word that.
I can second that. Is that okay, Damien?
Yes, I just wanted to tie it with the fact that this is also going to be having staff spend time and resources. That's really the purpose of this. And I'm viewing the interagency members from the city council as this committee that was referenced to begin with. So I'm trying to make sure it's tied to your agenda. And so the motion, I'm assuming, included spending staff time resources to do this. And so I think the motion is fine. I just want to clarify with the council that I am paying attention to your agenda, making sure that you're on track still, and you are.
We have a first.
And second.
Second, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay.
I will tell you, the Christian group serves pizza when you go to the Christian group at lunch.
Item F2.2 is a future agenda item request from Council Member Rarey related to city council compensation. And Council Member Rarey.
So even when Gus was our city manager, he had brought up the fact that regarding salary increases for the city council. And well, according to the state, I think you can go up to 5% per year for your for an increase in salary, which is not what I'm asking for. But it has been since 2014, since the city council has received a bump in the salary. And what I might suggest is instead of going through and figuring out, do we want to give ourselves a significant raise or not, but maybe from this year forward, either taking what CPI is or whatever the lowest bargaining groups pay raise, whichever is the least of the two, as an increase for city councils from this point forward, without increasing our salaries, up above what we are. Also, there is a difference. I believe the mayor in benefits receives a higher medical allowance than the rest of us do. And so whether or not we all receive, go up to the higher level or down to the lower, because we are all re-elected. So it's not like we have a continual thing. I mean, we actually are re-elected to our office and have to take the oath of office each time. So in order to, that all the candidates or all the council members are paid equally, both benefits and salary.
Okay, at this time, we'll open public comments.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have one hand raised. I'll go ahead and unmute Rod and then start the speaker timer. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. A lot of times on social media, more often than I like, I have to explain to people they don't understand the city council and what it is here in Brentwood. They think that the city council is like the Senate, like you're all up there making, I don't know what they make senators make now, is it $150,000 or something? But I keep having to explain to people, no, city council members get $900 a month. It's really more of an honorarium than any kind of a salary. It's just something to kind of compensate you for your time. It's kind of paid like a part-time job. In fact, I don't think that if you were working full-time at a fast food joint, I think you probably make more money than you're making doing this. So I don't know the overall effect of it, but I certainly think that Brentwood is getting more complicated by the day. We know our population keeps going up. You can see how these meetings are going into the wee hours of the morning. Here I am taking up your time too, talking. But I think this is not a bad idea to, if we're going to continue just not paying our council members any kind of a real salary, I think, the least we can do is keep kicking up the minimal, I don't even know what you would call it, a stipend or whatever, just to keep pace with inflation. I just think it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comment, move into council discussion. Council Member Mendoza.
Can be honest. Go ahead.
Excuse me, before Councilmember Mendoza starts, during Councilmember Rarey's presentation, she did raise the issue of benefits, not on the agenda tonight. So if we can keep the conversation to compensation, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
But doesn't compensation also include benefits? I mean, when you get your compensation package for you, when you get offered a job, it includes benefits.
The way that I'd been interpreting this item was pure compensation being your salary that you receive.
Then we would have said salary. We wouldn't have said compensation.
Or you'd say compensation and benefits, which is what I normally say. I envision, yeah, I know, but I trying to keep this in line here. It sounded to me also when the request was made, it really was a focus on compensation. That was what I heard when the original request was made at the meeting several weeks ago. And then that, in my mind, was salary.
What was it in your mind when you made the motion, Karen? I mean, that's what it is, right? What she thought it was when she was making the motion.
Well, I just brought it up, so yeah, I mean, compensation package is a compensation package.
Yeah.
Certainly the salary ties to it. But when I heard your motion, when you first brought the future agenda item, Councilmember Rarey, it did sound to me that you were talking about the monthly salary the council receives. I didn't hear anything on benefits on that. I don't mean to halt your discussion, but I just going by what I had heard, that's all.
So she meant the whole package, but you have different definitions. How do we move forward? Because what she thought versus what you thought, what do we do? Like now we're going to start defining words.
So can I have a clarification here?
Sure.
So if we decide to spend staff time and money on this, if we do, and moving forward, can we include that other when they do that?
I think staff can certainly look into that. I think staff would be looking at where the salary goes. And so I think we could move forward in some fashion that way. But for tonight, everything I heard was salary at the last meeting. I didn't hear anything about benefits at the last meeting when you brought this up, or the prior meeting, was the last one.
But for carrying out our duties as council members, how are we compensated? We're compensated both with a salary and a benefit package. That's how we get rewarded for doing job. So, I mean, I don't think here, I'm gonna be honest, Damien, I think you guys are splitting hairs. I think if in her mind, when she says compensation, she means the whole kit and caboodle. She made the motion, then we have to honor her intent with the word. And if no one thought to ask for her to define the word, then it's what she said in her mind and how she defines it.
As is so often the case, Councilmember Mendoza, I provide your legal advice.
Yeah.
Whether it's taken or not is up to the council. So if you'd like to talk about benefits, please, you know, I'm not going to stop you, but I'm just giving you my legal advice on this one. You know, so please, if I don't, you're right. I don't want to spend time going back and forth like you do. It's late, so let's move on.
So Karen, what is your intent with compensation? Since you're the one who made the motion, what do you want to discuss?
Well, as I've mentioned, you know, I'm not looking for a significant increase. I mean, unless council wants it, I'm thinking just the lowest of either CPI or the lowest of I never want to give us a raise that's above what staff makes. We should never do that. And that's why I said CPI or the lowest, whichever one's the lowest of those.
And we're not going, like, I am not eligible for that today. None of us are eligible for this today, right? Is what you said, or am I?
No, it's not until you're elected again, correct?
Yeah, so we could vote for this. And so I just want people to understand, this isn't because it benefits us directly sitting here. You're being forward thinking about anyone else who comes to council.
Because as of December, I won't be on the council. I will not benefit from this whatsoever.
And I don't understand. Okay, I didn't know that the mayor got different health benefits and compensation because I've never asked. What is that all about?
If I can jump in on that one, if we're talking benefits, if the mayor receives any extra benefits, it's due to the fact of when he was elected prior to 2012. And that might involve certain retiree level, things of that sort, just because of when he was elected into office. After a certain date, the city went to a 2-tier system. I believe the mayor is in tier 1. There's also provision in your municipal code, section 2.08.030, that provides additional compensation for the mayor. But that provision sunsetted when Mayor Taylor left office. And so the Mayor Bryant doesn't receive that. It'd be up to the council to amend the municipal code to allow the mayor to receive that extra compensation.
Okay, so he was grandfathered into that. That's his time of service. I mean, some of us get grandfathered into some stuff and some of us don't. Like, I'm okay with that. But I could go either way on this one because it doesn't matter to me. It might not ever apply to me. So I mean, it would be knowing how hard we are working and we talk about all the hours we put in. I'm hoping that, you know, if I'm not reelected or I don't run again or whatever, that the next person would be grateful and see the benefit of doing all of the work.
Council Member Meyer.
I think we should go hourly.
Now you're talking.
I too could go either way because again, it might not ever have anything to do with me. I know that there are cities that are making half as much as us. I know there's cities that are pushing hard on getting their own administrative assistants and offices, and I'm fine either way. I think it's not necessary for me to do this work because clearly we're not in it for the money or we wouldn't be doing this. But like I said, I'm fine either way. way?
It's, the last time it was almost double that they received when they got a pay increase. And Antioch just went through that as well, in 2019, in order to catch up, because you don't go in and give yourself a raise every year. And so, as I said, I'm not asking for that catch up, because legally we could catch up for the last 2014, for the last 8 years at 5%, a maximum of 5% per year. So I'm not asking for that. I'm just looking forward for cost of living for future council members, and probably maybe not even cost of living if it's the lower of CPI or the lowest bargaining units pay increase.
I think you should just make a motion.
See if I can clarify that, please, just if I may, because it has been, as Council Member Rarey said, since 2014, since we've done this, since the council has voted on something like this. From what I recall at the time, the council can't put in place something that says every year they automatically get a 3.5% or a 3% or a CPI increase. It has to be voted on every year. So if you do this and you say, I want to see what the bargaining group, what the non-sworn bargaining groups are getting, it would be whatever they're getting right now. You can't put it in place for the future. Every year to take the vote again. But again,
If we just do CPI?
No, you could do CPI
Because
for
that
this
was
year.
what Gus had suggested to us, is that we do the CPI, and that way it increases without us having to go back every year and give our.
Again, it's been since 2014, but from what I remember, the law does not provide for that.
Okay.
You have to take the vote every year. Because this question did come up from what I remember, but 8 years is a long time, and I don't always remember everything. So this would be appropriate for staff to spend, if the council wants to move forward, to vote on staff spending time and resources to look at these issues.
Tim.
That Damien just said what I was going to say. It sounds like we're already getting into the discussion without all the facts in front of you. So if you just.
So I'll make the motion for staff to look into, spend time and money to look into this.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Sure.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay, moving into item F 2.3, future agenda item request from Council Member Mendoza related to modification of general plan language related to density calculation and density ranges. Council Member Mendoza.
I don't want to have to do this one. I really don't, but we saw what's happening with all of our zoning, and I know there's conflicting information. I just want, our midpoint is our zoning. That is the data that we submit to HCD. I am not asking to down zone anything. I'm asking to stay at the number that HCD said we're good to go on. So I just want to change our general plan, our municipal codes to remove any high-low and just put in plain zoning. And that's because of all of the land use stuff that is going on with the state. We need to be able to know what we have coming. Our residents should know what we have coming. And also with, the density bonuses and all that, it's just, we need to find some ways to be able to plan appropriately for our town.
Okay, this time we'll open public comment.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have one hand raised. I'll call on Rod, and then I'll show the speaker timer. Rod, go ahead.
So thank you, Margaret. I remember from last time around, a lot of things came up, and there's AB 2334, I believe, is moving, and it's probably going to pass this fall. It's already through the Assembly, and it's in the Senate. And what it does, among other things, it and not even the main thing that it does, but just something they threw in there because they're clever and it's the state, is that it redefines the zoning that you apply the density bonus percentages to be the maximum. So if you have a minimum and a maximum in your general plan, they're going to apply the density bonus to the maximum. Now, in our general plan, we already have a density bonus, and it is applied to the midpoint, and the midpoint is where we expect to apply it. So basically, it's almost like they're doubling up on us, like we're applying it to the midpoint, and then they take and apply it to the maximum. So what I would suggest that we do is we would make the midpoint the maximum in the general plan, and in the oh, I don't have the document in front of me. Actually, I'll probably send out a document to the city council because I kind of wrote it up. But the problem is, it's just a matter of definition. What we consider the midpoint, they don't recognize midpoints. So I would say in the general plan, we should probably make the midpoint the maximum. There is a minimum, and the purpose of the minimum, as stated in the general plan, is to make sure people build enough on a given project so that we have enough housing. I don't think that's a problem in Brentwood anymore, but otherwise you could just go ahead and just make the midpoint the zoning and not have a minimum or a maximum, and that would also be compliant. But the way they have it written in AB 2334, it creates confusion because their definition doesn't match up with ours. And I think that what we just need to do is match our definition to the definition that they're applying to make sure that while there is a density bonus, it would be applied appropriately to the zoning that we see, and not the zoning that we would have given had the city of Brentwood given a density bonus, right? So I think it would just clarify matters a great deal. And I'll send you a Word document that I worked up that points out the sections that would have to change. And of course, you know, I'm no lawyer. I know that the legal would do better, but thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
This time we'll close public comment, move into council discussion.
Agree. I don't think there's any more to say than agree.
Agreed.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I can make a motion that staff spend staff time to update our general plan and our municipal code and everything to remove midpoint language, and that is the zoning of our city. No max, no min, just that's the number.
So it says in our housing element, isn't it?
Yep, it will match our housing element.
Okay,
Second.
We have an attorney.
Just want to clarify that staff understands the request before the council votes on it. If they have need any clarification.
Staff is going to review this recording tomorrow and make sure we interpreted it correctly. If not, we'll follow up with Councilmember Mendoza.
It is already tomorrow, so
later today.
In a few hours.
Later today. Great. Thank you. So we have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Thank you.
Move to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarey,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Thank you.
Good night.
Favorite.
Aye.
Be safe.
Thank you, everyone.